morning. Good morning. Wake up, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. By himself, he's so impressed. Good morning. Wake up, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. By himself, he's so impressed. Good morning. Wake up, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. By himself, he's so impressed. Good morning. Wake up, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. By himself, he's so impressed. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Wake up, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. By himself, he's so impressed. Wake up, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. By himself, he's so impressed. Wake up, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. By himself, he's so impressed. Wake up, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. Rance, Mr. By himself, he's so impressed. Good morning.
Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully you all can hear me. Happy Saturday to you, folks. I see we got some people in the building. Thrive and Glow with Joe. Hey, Joe, welcome in. Low key, thank you for coming through. As you all come in, please hit the like button for me if you wouldn't mind. I'm bringing you a special presentation today, or a joint stream, if you will. And I have a special guest with me today, Mr. SBK Media of Texas. Um, Let me go ahead and bring him up. Excuse me. Oh, what's happening with the voice now? Let me go ahead and bring him on board. Hello, sir.
Hello, ma'am. How are
How are
you?
you? I am wonderful. How are you?
I'm doing great, doing well. I'm excited to be on the show.
I'm excited to have you here. It's been a little minute since we had a conversation. Let's say that.
Yes. I'm excited, but first of all, I want to say thank you for bringing me up, and I enjoy your content. I'm not just saying that because you got me on the show, and but I really enjoy your content, and you're one of those content creators that I listen to, and you have different perspectives. People that come on your channel, and they have different perspectives, but y'all talk about grown folks talk about what's going on in the world, and not only what's going on, but how to fix it. So
Yeah,
I'm a big time supporter. So keep doing what you're doing.
I appreciate that. I really do. I try to have meaningful conversations. I feel like we got enough fluff and stuff in this space. We got
Yep.
enough gender war. We got enough relationship. We got enough all the things that Black YouTube loves so much. We got enough of that. So I try and bring a little bit of different, a little razzle dazzle, if you will. A little
Yeah.
razzle dazzle.
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so hold on one actually, give me one moment.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Salute to the chat. Hello. Hello. Salute to everyone. Thank y'all for coming through. Thank y'all.
So, okay. Thank you for your patience. Um,
Absolutely.
for everybody coming in right now, today's stream is a stream, as you can see from the title, on parenting. And it's kids today versus the parents and parenting styles today. Like which one is like is it the cart before the horse before the cart? How is this all, I guess, um, formed the way that it has? SBK, before we even get into that though, I would like you to tell us a little bit about yourself because there's a reason why I asked you to join and do the stream with me.
Okay. Um, yeah. Well, first off, where I begin? Well, first of all, my daughter. I am a father of an 18-year-old. That's my one and only 18-year-old. Um, and so I had the privilege of seeing her graduate 2 weeks ago, and I have been a single parent for almost 10 years. Um, just me and her, no girlfriend, no wife, you know. Her mother passed away in a tragic accident, head-on collision. I'm from Texas, y'all, East Texas. So her mother was going to work one afternoon. She was traveling, and she was tragically killed in an 18-wheeler hit her head on. And so um, I remember like it was yesterday. Um, so at the time, my daughter was 9 years old. Um, she was 9 years old, and so ever since, so we she's been without her mom since then, and so it's just been me and her. Basically, I work a full time job, um, 60 plus hours a week. At 2 years ago, I was believe it or not, ladies and gentlemen, I had about 3 or 4 jobs at one time, working day and night, and then in between gigs. You know what I mean? So, and still taking care of my child, taking her back and forth to school. I didn't um, put her on the bus or anything like that. I was taking her back and forth to school, and so it's just been me and her. No government assistance or anything like that. I'm not with that. So that's where we're at right now. Her mother and I. I was always involved in my daughter's life, um, 24/7. But just taking the role as a single dad, a single parent, that was really scary. So and here we are. I think I'm very proud of her. Like I said, we saw her graduate, and we had a graduation party for her last Saturday. This time last Saturday, and it was really heartwarming to see how far myself and her have gone. Um, so that's where I'm at with it. What I mean. I want to say I couldn't do it. I couldn't have done it this long without help.
Hmm.
Uh, I want to take the opportunity to say uh, I want I'm thankful for my best friend, Thrive and Glow with Joe, my two sisters
Hmm.
uh, that are here in Texas with me, and my aunt who just got done blowing up my phone just a few minutes ago. If it wasn't for those ladies, those four ladies, then I wouldn't be able to uh, be the father that I need to be, because those four ladies helped my daughter look to them as examples as to how a woman should conduct themselves. They've taught her through example of how women should act and present themselves. So I want to say shout out to those ladies right there, man. I love them to death. They know what time it is. But if it wasn't for those four ladies, I wouldn't. We wouldn't be where we are today. So
Okay.
that's it.
So let me ask you. Would you say that there is a well, first of all, I have seen recently a lot of people making comments about how this generation is so messed up and the kids are so bad and blah 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 blah. And I'm wondering, like, as I look around the landscape of, children versus parenting, and like, we had the discussion a couple weeks ago about the changes in generation as generations have evolved and newer generations are coming about. Um, would you say that, as a parent of an 18-year-old, that you agree with the sentiment or the statement that, the kids today are different? Or do you think that it's more along the lines of like how parents are parenting?
I think that's a twofold answer to that.
Okay.
Yes, kids today are different, but then parents are. I feel like parents are not hands on, because being a parent is hard work. So we can't complain about the children being the way they are if we are, as parents, are not doing what we need to do. So um, the little town I live in East Texas, I'm a country boy, but still, um, you know, kids are kids. Technology is still technology, and as the world turns and as the world moves forward, technology changes, and along with that, people change along with technology. So with that change, of course, kids are going to approach things different. They're going to act different. Social media is at an all-time high with influencing people. So I think that yes, children are different.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, no, I was just agreeing with you. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, children are different, and then but parents, I feel like parents are not working hard enough to be involved because even before my mom, her mom, my daughter's mom passed away, Candy.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I was always involved and I was a hands-on parent with
Yeah.
grades, um, behavior. I was just on top of it. You know what I'm saying? So, um, whereas, and I know you and I are going to get to this. Whereas with her mom was a good mother, but she was like traditional. You know what I
Okay.
mean? And we'll get it. I know you want to get into that. She was really traditional. Um, just really like she was really hard, but I didn't really have to do that. You know what I mean? Because you know, and like I said, I know you were going to get into you know corporal punishment and all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But to answer your question, we can't use the excuse as the kids are getting worse. These kids are this, that, and the other. If we're not, you know, involved the way we should be in every aspect of our children's lives, because I was at just about every soccer game for my daughter. I've been in every conference, parent teacher conference, and these teachers know the teachers that they were at her graduation party. I I expected nothing but the best for my daughter, and because of that, that type of attitude and that type of mentality that translated over to her, to my daughter. My one of her teachers stood up in the at the party and said, "Hey, I wish every student was like her because she did not settle for a B. If she got a B on a grade, she was upset with herself. You know what I mean? She wanted to have an A. You know what I mean? And so, and I'm not bragging on myself or anything like that. That's a testament to my daughter because she listened. You know what I mean? And she's came a long way. You see what I'm saying? So I feel like that if my daughter can come a long ways um, and have tragedy and everything. I think a lot of kids can look at that and they can take that as an example and just um, be the same way. And I think a lot of parents could look at that and say, "Hey, I need to be a little bit more involved, not just be hands off, not just let the system um, raise my child, but be more hands on."
Right. So I just want to let everybody know, like the reason we're here today is to ask mainly like this core question, which is basically, are kids today fundamentally broken, or did we completely mess up the blueprint? Like every generation complains about the next, but are we looking at a landscape that has completely shifted underneath our feet?
Mhm.
And it's not just about kids being on cell phones or having their devices like up to their faces. It's more about like looking at the ecosystem. Is this a nature problem? Is it a nurture problem? Is this a tech monopoly problem? Like, is there even a problem? Or is this just the natural evolution of what happens as people?
Right, that's a great question. Let's dive into it.
So you talked about basically how you were working multiple jobs and doing what you could to not only provide for your daughter but being there present.
Mhm.
um how do you feel you navigated that sort of balance of being able to provide, having to be at work, which would require your time to be away, but also being there for your child? Because we hear a lot of times, parents will have the excuses of, I had to work, I couldn't be there. How did you navigate that?
Well, first of all, my all of my jobs that I work, they all revolved around my daughter. I never took a job or never took I never did YouTube or my other jobs that would um, not that would interfere with her schooling, me taking her to school or being involved. You know what I mean? Because my current job right now, um, they were trying to send me everywhere, out of state,
Hmm.
because I've been with the company ever since I was, you know, 18 years old. So I have tenure there, and because I have tenure there, they tend to, hey, uh, this location needs your help. You mind, if you stay there for, a few weeks? And I said, no, I can't do that. You know what I mean? And they ask you why. They ask me why, and I tell them. So everything that I did over the past almost 10 years, as far as work is concerned, it all uh, revolved around my daughter. I didn't want to. I didn't want anything to interfere with me being in her life. You know what I'm saying? And so um, I always kept that in mind. Every decision that I make, how's this going to affect Pooh? That's what we call my daughter, Pooh. How's this going to affect Pooh? Is she going to be on board with this? You know what I mean? But if something, like I said, the four ladies that I mentioned, there were instances where I had to depend on my sisters and my best friend, my aunt, to help me along the way,
Hmm.
and I'm thankful for that. But as far as work and working long hours of the day, everything I did was in order to make sure that I needed to be the father that I need to be, and so I'm grateful that my career uh, allowed me to go to her games, to go to meetings and so forth. And it also helps that you're a boss. You know what I mean? You're a boss and you make your own schedule. But still, the people that work underneath you, you know, and the company you work for, it's understood. Hey, that dude's a single dad. He's not going to be doing that. He needs to take care of his daughter. We need to find somebody else to do that. You see what I'm saying?
I like that answer.
Yeah,
It sounds to me like you put your daughter at the forefront. Like with everything that you did, your life revolved around making sure that you could parent her versus fitting her into your life. I brought that
absolutely.
up because I did like I know personally of a situation where there was a father who was the primary care parent,
Mhm.
and it seemed to me as though he was intentionally taking jobs that would clash with his daughter's hours. Like he would take um, jobs instead of like trying to work while she's at school so he could be home. He would take off hour jobs, which would delay the responsibility of parenting onto other family members.
Right,
And
right.
so I'm hearing you say that that's not the route that you took. And, I think most parents' primary focus is their children, but sometimes I think in the process of them, surviving day to day, like the best decisions aren't always made. You said that you walked into the jobs and you told them, no, I got a kid I have to take care of. My schedule needs to be there. My schedule needs to match my ability to take care of my child. Like it needs to coexist versus you taking a job and then being like, well, let me figure out what I'm going to do. I recognize everybody doesn't have that option. So I'm glad that you brought that up. And part of being a good parent is making sure that you effectively choose your children, you know.
Yep, yep. I wanted to add in something on that, Candy. I recently, this past Tuesday and Wednesday, I had a leadership meeting to go to, and it was a meeting with every director in my company, and some of my old supervisors were speaking, and one of the questions they did around the world question around the room to get everybody to be acquainted with each other and so forth. And they asked, "What what is a fun fact about yourself?" And so it got to me, and I just said, "Hey, a fun fact." I said, "I'm just gonna be simple. The fun fact of me was seeing my daughter graduate. You know what I mean?" I said, "Now I'm broke. Afterwards," but they all started laughing. You know what I'm saying? And so one of my district managers, an older fellow, I look up to him a lot. He's a mentor, actually. He's actually the reason why I'm where I am in the company today. He actually pulled me to the side and said, "Hey, I'm proud of you. I remember whenever I was leading that district, and I'm so proud of you and your daughter. And that she graduated. I know how hard you work. You worked to make sure that she was at the forefront." And
Hmm.
he got kind of teary eyed, you know what I mean? And he gave me a hug, and so
Wow.
that was a that was like a that kind of lifted me up this week, you know what I mean? But and this is an older fellow who's been with the company for years, you know what I mean? And so very well respected, you know what I'm saying? And so when he said that to me, I was like, wow, you know what I mean? And like I said, I was just being honest. It was a question that was thrown out there. A lot
Hmm.
of people gave some weird ass answers, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, man, fun fact, man, my daughter's, you know, she graduated, you know what I mean? And he said that. So but that was something for him to pull me to the side and congratulate me.
Do you think fathers in the workplace get enough support? Like, do people take into account this the same way like mothers would?
No, not at all, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Mm, okay.
I've said this before. Uh, they don't get the respect because sometimes we live in a day like this month is mental health.
Men's mental health month, yes.
Right. But let's be honest. Let's just keep it real. You know what I mean? Um, we've been as a society, the man is supposed to be the strong one. It's supposed to be the one that the strong person, the foundation. Not supposed to, not supposed to, uh, quote unquote, show emotion. He's supposed to be the hard guy. In a lot of cases, no complaining, no. If you got a problem, just handle it. You know what I mean? So as fathers, as a hands-on father, as a father that's involved, no, you're not going to get uh, near as much credit as the ladies. Now, don't get me wrong. Like last night, or not last night, Thursday, I was on a panel with Alice, Miss Alice, blessed child of
Hmm.
God, and I was saying that, and you were in the chat, and I was
Yes.
saying that how I have a profound respect for mothers in general, not just single mothers, but mothers in general, because mothers who are hands on and who are in relationships or married, they are at home and basically taking all of the brunt of the problems of the children, taking them to doctor's visits, taking them to their soccer games, taking them
Mhm.
shopping, they're cooking while the husband is out, you know, bringing home the bacon, so to speak, right? So it's I'm not saying that I'm the only man out there that's the single father, but I am saying that it's kind of far and few between with the
Mhm.
guys that we're out there, but a lot of men like to push their children off on somebody. But um, if you are a father, it's hard mentally. It's very much hard, and so we don't get that same recognition, and that's expected. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that we should, as a society, we should have folks feel sorry for the men or whatever. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, in reality, it's not a light shown on fathers as much as it is mothers. And like I said, I think we all have should have put ourselves in each other's shoes
Mhm.
and just kind of think for a moment before we judge or we do whatever, because it's like I said, I have a profound respect for mothers. You know what I mean? Mothers in general. But I think mothers should put themselves in the father's shoes and say, "Hey, that dude's working all the time and providing for us." I'm sure he has a lot on his plate. Fellas, same thing with our women. We need to put ourselves in their mindset. Man, she's about to pull her hair out with all these children. You know what I mean? And I'm out here working, and she's helping me out. You know what I mean? So it's a matter of just putting yourself in each other's shoes. So I think that would help out as far as people getting recognition or however you want to call that.
Hmm. Okay. Well, let me see. What do you think? Okay, I know this question has come up. This question has come up about kids and like, do you think right now today parents have as much of an influence as, like, say, social media, their peer groups, the outside world, or is it only up until a certain point?
I
What's your
think I think it's up to a certain point, and let me explain to that. Explain. We're not around our kids 24/7, ladies and gentlemen. You know what I mean? So our little Oswald, that we, yes, ma'am, no, ma'am. You know what I mean? And then, yes, sir, no, sir. They'll do anything you ask them to do. But once they get out of the house, you know what I mean, or they can look at whatever they want to on their phone, or they hang around and certain people at school or whatever, and they're going to be themselves, right? They're just going to be themselves. So you have, as a parent, you have influence only within your vicinity of what you can control, right? You can control what's going on in your house, but this thing of social media is real. You know what I mean? It's real. You know what I mean? There's some stuff that my daughter has showed me or whatever. Like, where in the hell did you get that from? And she'll show me what, and I'll by chance go in her room and like, what the hell are you watching, bro? You know what I'm saying? So it's one of those things where we can influence, as parents, we can influence our children, point them in the right direction and all that. But the age of social media, the peer pressure, um, it's very much real. You know what I mean? So you can control what's in your vicinity, you can control what you can control when it's in front of you. But the simple reality of it is that you're not going to be around your child 24/7. They can't take you to school with them. You know what I mean? So we have to rely on and have faith that if we're teaching them the right thing, and if we're talking to them about, and not just talking to them, but basically just being honest, you know what I mean? Being honest about what's going on in this world, what's going on with them, you know what I mean? Just being honest with them, and they can decipher what's right and what's wrong. And we just have to have faith that, that they can make the right decisions. But the reality of it is, Candy, is that we can't be around our kids 24/7, even though we might want to try to, you know, micromanage, if you want to use that word. But you can only control what you can control. Is my answer to that.
Okay, sorry. Bear with me one moment. I just want to reply back to somebody
No, no,
real
you good,
quick.
you good, good.
I'm
Shout.
also streaming on Twitch, so Miss Wicked, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Um, I just didn't want to ignore that. Thank you so much. Um, so here's the thing. I feel like I see my friends and family members who have like these after 2000, after the vid babies,
Uh-huh.
and these children are very different than the kids that I knew in the early 2000s to mid 2000s. Them 2020 and later babies,
Yeah.
they are Klingons, the clingiest children I think I've ever seen in my life. And
Yep.
so
Yep.
I was wondering, like, what do you think is like causing? I mean, just this a side note. What do you think is causing that? Have you seen that? Do you know anybody right now who has young children? Because those kids are attached to their mothers in ways that I never saw
Yeah.
previously.
Yeah. Yeah. I've seen that before. It's kind of, I don't know what to say about that, because Uh, the question whenever I see that, the question I have is, as once again, your child can't do that with you 24/7. You know what I mean? So how are you going to wean that child away from your hip? You know what I mean? I know. Look, let's just be honest, Kane. You know, as black folks, well, back in the gap, back in the gap, the way I was raised, you know, my niece used to do that with my sister. I remember this as clear as day. And my mother she used to get popped, used to get disciplined for being
Okay.
so clingy like that. You know what I'm saying? So, um, I see it I'm like you. I see it often nowadays. I just see it often to where it's like it's almost a norm. You know what I mean? But um, my question to the parents is how long are you going to let that go on? You know what I mean? Without you, you know, you know,
So it looks like I landed right on the right comment. Lou Jenkins says, too much nurturing, not enough discipline. Do
yep.
you concur?
I concur. Shout out to Lou. Shout out to you, bro. You took the words. That's exactly. There needs to be a healthy balance. You know what I mean? You loving on your child so much or whatever that you don't want to discipline, and that's what causes that. You can't be your kid's friend. You know what I mean? You can't be your kid's friend 24/7. There needs to be some type of there has to be a balance there. You know what I mean? It's okay to love on mama. It's okay to hug on mama and be you know be a nurturing mother, being a nurturing dad. You know what I mean? But damn, you know what I mean? that you got there has to be a balance, and there has to be some discipline going on. So yeah, shout out to you, Lou. That's great. I concur. I concur, brother.
And Japal made a very good point here. Because children are at home more versus outside, I
Mhm.
don't even think these kids know what outside is. Like, and then also more people work at home, so the kids see their parents more. That's a good point.
Yeah,
They have more access to parents than I think I have seen in previous years.
I agree. And you said it again. These kids, even my daughter, they don't know what it's like to take the water hose, drink for the drink for the water hose, or spray yourself down with the water hose, or go in the woods and play. You know what I'm saying? But outdoors, the great outdoors, that's long forgotten these days.
So, okay, what was your personal like? The conversation we're having is in regard, like I said earlier,
Uh-huh.
we're talking about all of the different things that we've been seeing as far as kids and even with the whole Carmelo Anthony thing where the parents are getting blamed for his behavior, like the greater YouTube and news media seems to really be coming down on these people, and the same is happening vice versa with
Yep.
the Metcalfs and the dad coming out and saying what he's saying. Like, do you feel like children, like that whole statement of suffer the sins of the father, do you feel like these children today are um, basically being scrutinized for the failures of the parents?
Absolutely. You know what I mean? Because let's just think about it. The roles were reversed, and the kids were to do something great. They go on to do great things. They go on to be millionaires. They go on to be doctors, lawyers, whatever.
Hmm.
It's always and they are famous actors and they're successful. That always goes back to the parents, you know.
Hmm.
Uh, so whether it's a fair assessment or not, and and we talked about this. I know you were in the chat. We talked about this 2 weeks ago on our show Tap In podcast.
Hmm.
We didn't get into the whole case itself, but we went into the parents and so forth, kind of like what we're talking about right now. Um, it's a teaching lesson. This that whole thing here in Texas with the Carmelo Anthony and the Metcalf situation. I think it should be a teaching lesson for parents or for guardians for children. You know what I mean? Um, First of all, of what to do whenever you get into whatever argument or so forth and so on. Um, Now, I'm not trying to, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not trying to tell you guys what to teach your kids or so forth. All I can say, as far as me and my house, I'm going to teach my daughter how to defend herself, know when to hold them, know when to fold them, know when to
Hmm.
walk away. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to sing the song, Candy, uh, but but as far as me and my house is concerned, and I have a bonus son, I'm going to teach them how to defend themselves and so forth and so on, and know when to walk away. You know what I mean? Um, so this is just a teaching lesson for all of us as parents, as guardians, uncles, aunts. If you're, we got grandparents in the chat. I'm looking at some of the folks that follow me. There, I know that y'all are grandparents. Um, this is just a teaching lesson. We got to get a hold of our children and say, hey, you see this on television? You know, I've talked to my daughter about it. I said, did you see that? What if you tell me what you would have done in that situation? And listen to them. Listen to them. Ask them why they answered the way they answered. Talk to them. This is a perfect opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. Candy Cane, it's a perfect opportunity to talk to our children. You know what I mean? And ask them, listen to them. You know what I mean? Um, Ask questions. So um, instead of us looking at the justice system and looking at the tragedy and looking at, you know, that could have been my child. That dude is the same age. Those kids are the same age as my daughter. The very same age.
Exactly.
The exact same. That dude turned. He is Carmelo is the same age as my daughter. And whenever I saw that dude in a jumpsuit, y'all can, I was criticized by this whenever I did. I was talking about this. I had a bunch of trolls in the chat, or whatever, and I said, y'all can believe that the dude was innocent or guilty. That's not why I want to talk about it. Whenever the dude was in a jumpsuit and 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 they dressed him out. Uh, he is in TDCJ here in Texas,
Hmm.
Texas Department of Criminal Justice. And it didn't take that long for him, Candy Cane, for them to process him into the penitentiary. Usually, it takes about whenever you're convicted, it usually takes you about 30 days for them to process you into Huntsville, Texas, where they process you in as an inmate. It didn't take very long. It was just about overnight where they processed that dude. They sent him in, and his mug shots were all over the place, and it literally broke my heart.
Yeah.
I immediately thought of Pooh, and I was like, this dude is 18 years old. That could have been Pooh. You know what I mean? And I'm like, yeah, exactly, Queen. I said what I said. She's from this area too. She already knows. It didn't take very long for that guy to get processed into Huntsville. Whereas that just broke my heart. That just broke my heart. Whether you want to think that he's innocent or guilty or whatever, um, and then the young man that lost his life. So this is a perfect opportunity. You know what I mean? Forget about the case. Forget about let's bring it down personal. You know what I mean? We got to take real life situations that we see on social media, and our kids see it on social media every day, and ask them questions. Talk to them. What would you do in that situation? Do you think what old dude did was right or wrong? What do you feel about bullying? You know what I mean? Talk to them.
The
You know?
the thing for me was the fact that it's like so many people. The conversations that were had were so black and white,
Yes. Yes.
literally and figuratively. And it's
Absolutely.
like people didn't realize, or they forgot what it was like to be a kid and to like get into fights
That,
or scrapes. Because I remember being a teenager, I definitely got into fights back in those days. And like,
absolutely.
imagine if any of
Uh,
those fights had turned out where somebody died. We didn't think about that.
no,
That
not at
wasn't
all.
like a concern. It's just like, I'm gonna beat her, blah 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 today. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
And
Exactly.
so to see how this turned out, like it was sad on both ends, regardless of the Metcalf dad. being racist or whatever people are saying about him, at the end of the day, a teenage boy died.
That's right.
And then another teenage boy is about to spend double his life right now in jail paying for ending that boy's life.
That's right.
So there's no winner in this
At
situation,
all.
even though, he got 35 years and they might feel like it's justice. At the end of the day, both of these boys lost. Both of
Absolutely.
them.
Very well said. Very well said. And like I said, there's both of them lost their life. One lost their life for real, and one lost their life. He can't live his life the way he should. And whether
Right.
let's just say he gets out, you know what I mean? The process of you going to prison as an 18-year-old, that messes with your psyche, that
I
messes
can
with
imagine.
everything. You know what I mean? Your life has changed. You know what I mean? And so this is a great conversation because of the simple fact we're bringing it down personal because we're talking about our children. You know what I mean? And so we I encourage everybody, man. I'm preaching to myself as well because I have young people that look to me, and I have young people that work for me. Um, you know, we got to leave that line of communication to where our young people can come and talk to us. You know what I mean? Not be afraid of us, but to talk to us. Don't let them express their opinions. You know what I mean? Not just necessarily just say that their opinions is wrong, but get them to understand that if their way of thinking is wrong, show them a better way of thinking. You know what I mean? And it does help, ladies and gentlemen, for us as parents to practice what we preach. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
I remember, my dad, my dad. I wish I miss him. I think of him every day. My dad, he was. I look at myself in the mirror and I look exactly like him. You know what I mean? But my dad used to get on to us or whatever, and just you know, I don't care what I do. Don't do what I do. Just listen
Hmm.
to what I say. You know what I mean?
Oh no, not to do as I do, not do as I say, not as I do. No.
so, so I'm sitting here. I remember a quick story. I remember my brother is listening in. He's a pastor. He's listening in right now, and he remembers the story. I remember us going over to some relatives' house. To make a long story short, we were playing ball, and the men were behind the house smoking that funky stuff, right?
Hmm.
So my brother, I look at this as clear as day. My brother looks at him, and he's getting ready to smoke it. You know what I mean? And my dad just gets all over him. He's like, "Don't be looking in my mouth." You know what I mean? Go
Oh
somewhere.
no. No, but see, okay, so let's get into that then. Let's
Okay,
get into the parenting styles, okay? Because
okay,
I did kind of want to talk about like the different styles of parenting, like hover, what's it called? Hover parenting, and then what was I looking at? Helicopter parenting. That's what it was called.
okay.
Helicopter parenting versus like being like a complete authoritarian. Like, what was your parenting style, and what do you think has been the most effective part of it? Like, and in fact, before we get into that,
Okay.
before I go there, I do want to show. I put up a meme somebody showed in a Discord,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought it was an interesting meme for the discussion we're having today.
Mm-hmm.
And then later on, if you are okay with it, I would like to open the panel and get some of the other parents'
Sure,
perspectives
sure,
on some of these
absolutely.
conversations.
Sure.
Okay, let me find it. And I thought, just for everybody in here, if you don't mind hitting the like button, whether you're on SBK's side or whether you're on mine, please hit the like button for us. We greatly appreciate that. Also, I
Can I give you a quick sales pitch? Of
sure.
Can y'all please subscribe to my girl here, Candy Cane Lane? We need to get her monetized. Uh, if you follow me, please go and subscribe, and let's get her monetized, whatever, because she is a wonderful content creator. We got so many content creators out there, man, that are just not. We need to support them. They need to be out there on the forefront. You know what I'm saying? So y'all, if y'all follow me, man, please, go and subscribe to Candy Cane Lane and like, share, and subscribe. All right.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Yes, thank you so much. Okay, so this meme, while it does not encompass all of what fatherhood is, and yes, we are using TV examples because they are the easiest to recognize. I understand it's made for television, but what do you think? Which father would be the best to handle kids of this generation? Like, or if there's a father outside of the list, like some other fathers came to mind, like the dad from Everybody Hates Chris.
Yeah.
There's some other fathers who came to mind. Like, who do you think would be best equipped to handle this generation's children?
Man, growing up with all four of these guys, I looked up to even though they weren't. I mean, I was a fan of all these shows, both all four of these shows.
Mhm.
All of them brought something different to the equation. I would say there's a little bit of me in all four of these. Uncle Phil,
Mhm.
uh, Huxtable, Winslow, uh, James. You know what I'm saying? There's a little bit of me in all four of these guys.
Mhm.
Um, I which would be better equipped for this generation. Um,
And then I want you to not just think about the good kids, but think about even the ones that they're calling YNs right now.
right
The
now,
YNs and YBs, or however you want to look at it. Like,
well, I'm going to say James. If
okay,
you remember that one episode where JJ got shot, do you remember that where JJ got shot?
yes,
Are you okay?
I,
Uh,
I was definitely a Good Times fan. So
yeah,
yes,
yeah.
sir.
James was about it. You know what I mean? I think he told it. I think he had a blinky on him. Um, James was about it. About it. So of course, Carl, he was a cop. So I would say more equipped for this generation would be Carl and James, especially James because James reminded me of my dad. Um, he really did. Um, now, am- do I have I raised my daughter like James? Absolutely not. Um, Absolutely not. I don't have to. Was I raised like James? Yes, absolutely.
Why was there a difference? Like, why do you? Okay, so I know you can't really answer for your parents on why they felt the need to
I
raise
can
you
answer
that
for
way.
them. I can answer
Okay,
for them.
okay.
So you're asking why it was a difference between me being a parent and them?
Yes.
Well, of course, it's tradition. That's the way they were raised. All right.
Okay.
Um, and I knew you were going to ask me this. That's because I knew you was going to ask me a question like this. So I knew it was going to come up, and
Uh
I
huh.
thought about this for the past couple days. Um, Nowadays, and we just touched about mental health and all that type of stuff, talking to your children and being basically kind of like being diplomatic and all that. Um, let's just be honest. My parents didn't want to hear that shit. my parents,
There was
my
no
parents,
gentle parenting in that
my
household.
parents didn't want to hear no shit about no mental health or look
Yeah,
your mental
Mama got
health.
them
I'm
damn
gonna get you
dishes.
something mental, all
I know
right.
that's right.
They didn't want to hear no shit about no mental health. They didn't want to hear nothing about you. Let's talk. Is my way or the highway. You know what I mean? Um, they didn't want to hear you say nothing. You take this ass whooping or whatever, and you go about your business, and you come out eat food. Whenever you know what I'm saying. So they didn't want to hear no shit about no mental health. They didn't want to hear nothing about spare the rod and all that shit. They're not sparing shit. You know what I mean?
I
They're
know
going
that's
to
right.
they're going to whoop your ass. You know what I mean? And so, and there's not going to be any questions asked later. If you ask questions later, you're going to get another ass whipping. You know what I mean? So the difference between, and look, I'm very grateful for my parents because that's, I love my parents, my mom and dad. Um, and so that's tradition. You know what I mean? That came down from there. You know, my grandfather was a, my grandfather, my dad's dad, he was a, the aunt that I was referring to. That's, that's my dad's sister, their dad, that he was, man, that dude there was a, he believed in putting hands on you. You know what I'm saying? On the dudes, on the boys, putting hands on you. You know what I'm saying? Um, so
Let me ask you before you finish that thought.
go
Do
ahead.
you feel like that's something that's missing today? Then is that why the kids have such a bad reputation or a negative stereotype around them?
I don't
It's
think that.
because they don't have enough males like disciplining.
I think you can discipline without that candy cane. Now, let me
Okay.
explain. The young men that you're referring to, that are the YNs, I've had them work for me.
Okay.
I get YNs work for me all the time, and one of the greatest compliments I've ever had was from a YN, and he's doing well for himself actually. He thugged out. I mean, gang banging, all that type of stuff. But when he came to work, uh, I had to have hard conversations with him. You know what I mean? He was raised by a single mother. Um, I had to plenty of times in my office. Hey, sit down here. Let me explain to you about something. All right, no yelling. Uh, I'm like, look, I would give him the skinny, so to speak. I would tell him the truth. Like the way that you're headed, man. I said, I'm not yelling at you. I want you to understand, breaking it all the way down to him so he can understand. You know what I
Hmm.
mean? I saw him not too long ago. He has a family. He's a settled down, doing well for himself. You know what I mean? Yes, the YN, especially the young men, the YNs need that male figure to talk to them. There's a time to be stern. There's a time to mean business and mean what you say. They respect that. You know what I mean? Um,
You think they respect it because they respect you and you know how to relate to them? Because I have a feeling like most of these kids today aren't just going to take advice from anybody, especially if they look at you and feel like you don't know their struggle, you can't relate to them. Like, who are you to tell me anything? You don't know what I have to go through. I think a lot of the times, if you don't know how to have a conversation where you can relate to them heart to heart, mind to mind, they're probably going to disregard a lot of what you say.
I totally agree with you. So uh, why listen to someone that you can't relate to? They can't relate to you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's very important, like, for you to put yourselves in their shoes, listen to them. Like I said, man, it's my mom and dad's generation didn't want to listen to what no kid had to say. You know what I mean? So in this generation, it's very important, man, that you got to listen. You know what I mean? Listening is one of those things that you will learn from them, but also that is their way of releasing all of that pent up stress and all that stuff, or whatever. Our children are hurting out here, man. Those YNs are hurting. Whether we want to agree with it or not, hurt people hurt people. We've heard that statement before, but that's very much true. You know what I mean?
And and when you say hurt, you mean like not just physically hurt, of course, but like emotionally,
Yes,
mentally. Like a lot of
yes,
those kids have had were kind of like let down, neglected, not
yes,
really cared for, had to raise themselves, got out
absolutely.
into the streets young.
Absolutely. You preaching to my choir. You know what I mean? So you, you know, um, what I'm saying. Look, I'm not suggesting that everybody do what I do. You know what I mean? But I'm just telling you what I've gone through. And I have YNs in my family. Every last one of them went to my daughter's graduation party last week, and I'm called Uncle Hulk, Candy Cane Lane. They
Uncle
call me
what?
Uncle Hulk.
Uncle Hulk. I can see that. I can see that.
They
That's
call me Uncle
funny.
Hulk. So every last one of them just gave me a big old hug or whatever. It's out of respect for me, but you know they have a long way. They have a ways to go to grow up. You know what I
Okay.
mean? And hopefully they do. And a couple of them will. But it's one of those things where, man, they, they're, I know their fathers are gone. They passed on, and they don't have father figures. So I'm not trying to be their father, or I'm not trying to be a father figure, but they talk to me. You know what I mean? If they leave that line of communication to where they want to talk to me, you know what I mean? A couple of those dudes, they've been to jail before. You know what I mean? And nobody from the family comes to visit them. I done put money on their books and stuff like that. And here in Texas, you can put money on their books or whatever, and they know where it comes from. And you know, and one of them, I did that too. And he's like, he was thankful. He's like, hey, hey, Unc, I got my driver's license, so I could go out and I got my license, so I go out and get a job. I'm going out next week to get that meant the world to me. You know what I mean? So um, when you plant a seed of encouragement, candy cane, it's going to sprout. You got to be patient. You got to keep watering it. You got to give it the sunlight it needs. You know what I mean? But you got to be patient. You know what I mean? And sometimes that rose will, as Tupac would say, as that poem, sometimes that rose will rise from the concrete. You know what I mean? All the obstacles that come up against you or whatever, you can sprout from difficult situations. You know what I mean?
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
I hear a lot of people criticize, especially black conservatives, the MAGA group, talking about, these kids today and they're criminals and they're degenerates and they're this and that and the other. And while you said a lot of the kids don't like they criticize the single mothers and how they raise their children, and I know you said that you aren't trying to be the father figure for the kids who have gravitated towards you, who have been in your orbit, but do you think that if we had more of a community, an actual community mindset where these people are so quick to critique, why not volunteer to try and help out? Like if you're so concerned about the community and where these young people are headed, and especially if you feel like your kids can't play with my kids because your kids are bad type of thing.
Right.
I guess
Right.
my question, like to kind of shorten this up, is why don't more men, especially the hypercritical men, step up to not necessarily be fathers? Because I know, ooh, the dreaded stepdaddy, ooh, that's the boogeyman in black
Right.
community. Don't be a simp. Don't be a simp and be a stepdaddy. But why not be a mentor?
Exactly.
Why not be a mentor?
To answer your
Like,
question,
hmm
these ninjas that talk that way. And by the way, man, everybody coming in the chat, salute to you. I can't salute to you, salute y'all by name. One love to y'all, man. I see y'all coming in, supporting. I appreciate y'all coming in. Uh, what you sipping on? Sipping on a little,
inquiring minds want to know
sipping on a
what's in
little
the cup.
Paul Masson.
See, she knew. She knew. She was tapped in. Go ahead, Mo Perspective.
Salute to you, Queen. Salute to you. So shout out to y'all, man. Y'all be sure to press the like button, man, and y'all be sure to follow Candy Cane Lane. Follow my girl here, man. She's awesome. But these black conservatives, as you were saying, majority of the time these dudes are talking that way, Candy Cane. They're not lifting a finger to help nobody but themselves.
Hmm
You they can criticize the community. They can talk about the community, but not a one. They spend all of their time criticizing and not giving solutions. And the solutions that they somewhat give or whatever is it's all a bunch of fluff. You know what I mean? So you just answered my question. Um, Instead of criticizing and getting up on your respective platforms and talking about our children, our YNs being an issue, then you be the answer. You know what I mean? But you don't want, the thing about it is that they don't want to invest the money. They don't want to take the time. You know what I mean? They don't want to go down and just spend time and the resources to put into helping our young people. So I don't even give these dudes the pleasure of giving an ear to them. You know what I mean? I look at them and I call them the four-letter nocturnal animals. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That roam around in the trash can at night with the black fingers. You know what I'm saying?
I know what
so,
you're talking about. Yep. Yep. Yep.
so those guys, man, are the quickest to criticize our young people. And whenever our young people, when there's tragedy in the hood or in society, to where there's violence, they say, "Oh, it's the music." If they would, blah 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 blah. They look for all kinds of ways to um, justify their talking points, um, but they're not coming up with any kind of solutions. You know what I'm saying? So,
And that's the part that bothers me because I feel like a lot of them set themselves aside as the better Negroes. We're the good Negroes. We're the
yep,
better Negroes. We are the blah blah blah. Insert whatever adjective. But here's the problem. You're so, in my opinion, and this is solely my opinion, not the opinion of my guest. In my opinion, you're so high on your horse,
yep,
patting yourself on the back for doing such a good job. Like at the end of the day, it really won't matter if we're all quote unquote a community.
yep,
Like you're only as strong as your weakest link.
yep,
So while you looking down your nose and he's a murderer, he's a this, he's a that. Like I'm outside of Carmelo, of course. I'm talking about even the kids in the street because like I've been around some YNs, right? Like I know I've they're still people, and a lot of times we don't even look at them or treat them like that. Like
yep, yep,
it's sometimes I've seen us be harder on our youth, especially the urban youth or the ones that we feel are
yep.
lower on the totem pole. We're harder on them than even the quote unquote whites, and that's
Exactly.
crazy to me.
The thing about it is that I see a lot of people in the chat. I'm looking at my boy Angelo. He's in the chat. Shout out to my boy Angelo and Lou. We're in the same spaces.
Hmm.
Certain um, you know sectors in YouTube. We hear content creators all the time putting down their own race and putting down their own community, and they are the same ones that have forgotten where they come from. You would think that these same content creators that got it from the mud, so to speak, right? They got it
The
from the mud. They
pick yourself up by the bootstrap content creators. Those.
right it exactly. You know what I mean? These are the same ones that use those talking points, but yet and still they say that they have solutions for the YNs, but it's all they say things just for show and they say things just for clout. You know what I mean? And so, us as parents, we're the real ones that have to deal with the issues. You know what I mean? We're the real ones that have to come out as heroes. Not saying that
Hmm.
we try to be heroes, but we're the real ones that have to put boots on the ground, so to speak. Put boots on the ground, get involved, you know, keep in contact with the teachers, coaches and so forth and so on,
Hmm.
and the YNs on the street or whatever. You know, they, you know, you can't just condemn them, but give them a way. No matter I don't care what that way is as far as how you feel like you should help them out, but you know, just don't criticize your community and not give any feedback on that.
A lot of what I see in those kids is nobody cares. Like El Boogie pointed out, and I think Ty Pro pointed out, or no, or was El Boogie and Sugar Bum, I think a couple other people. The problem is the kids are in the streets because their fathers were in the streets. And we create a cycle of like a generational curse.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, I don't even know what to say about that because I don't have all the solutions. I don't have all the answers, and it actually is kind of heartbreaking because at the end of the day, not all of those kids are going to turn out like bad, quote unquote, just because they're in a bad situation. A lot of them will, like you said, be that concrete rose, right?
Yep.
However, for the ones that don't or won't, like it's almost like to some extent we've thrown them away.
Yep.
Like they've just been left to the wayside. And as a person who is the product of a two-parent household, like I think about that when I see other people and like the way that they were raised. Like growing up, growing up, I didn't understand why I had such strict parents. Like
Yep.
I was irritated that I couldn't do a lot of the things that I wanted to do.
Yep.
And then I saw other people in my peer group who could like get out here and just have freedom. And I look at those people today versus myself today and my siblings and how we were raised, and I understood my parents so much better. Like
Absolutely.
while you were strict and I didn't really understand it in the moment, you had those rules in place for a reason to keep me
Absolutely.
safe, to keep me like out of the streets or whatever. So
Absolutely.
just as quickly as we, the middle class, or we, the whatever you want to call yourself, the people of the two parent households can look at other people and like wag your fingers. You got to remember, like it was you were one parent away from being in their shoes in a lot of
Yep.
cases. One
Yep.
one parent loss away, whether it be mother or father.
You're right. Absolutely. Very well said. Very well said. Very well said.
They exist in a society that demonizes them, yet folks are surprised that they act like it. That's a good point. That's a really good point.
Yeah. Shout out to Jen J. Shout out to you.
Sugar Bum says, fatherhood doesn't seem to be a priority to black men. See, and that's why I invited SBK to come and speak, Sugar Bum, because unlike the single father narrative that we know of in this space, I have brought on another single father who's raised a girl. His daughter is 18. She just graduated high school. And he gave a bit of his story about being a present parent, about working, about taking care of her, about having a support system of women who were able to step in place and help with the feminine things that his daughter needed. So I definitely wanted to have someone like SBK speaking on this topic because I think we hear too much from the fuck them kids group.
Yeah.
I'd rather hear from fathers that care.
Yeah. Well, I want to add on to what the Shiesty Bum said.
Hmm.
I made a statement, and you were in the chat when Miss Alice was talking to me,
Hmm.
and I was talking. Well, her subject was can single male parents raise daughters successfully? And one of the points that I made was and first of all, my job is not done as a father. I don't care if she's graduated or not. You know, she still needs me. My job is not done, and so I'm always going to be steps and steps and miles ahead of my daughter because of the simple fact that I've lived my life and she's aspiring to get to where I am as far as being independent, you know, being successful, so forth and so on. So in that journey that she's trying to head in the right direction, I have to guide her in those steps. So with that being said, you know, um, I didn't do it alone. And again, I want to say shout out to the four ladies I mentioned earlier. I can't teach my daughter to be a woman. I don't know what it's like to be a woman. Don't care to know what it's like to be a woman, right? And this is not a shit. This is not a diss towards any type of folks that are living an alternative lifestyle. But I'm speaking for me. As a man, I'm wanting my daughter to be a strong woman. All right, and in being a strong woman, I am grateful that she has strong women to look to. Now, does she need a strong male figure? Absolutely. You know what I mean? Absolutely. Because the simple fact is, you know, um, I would like to walk my daughter down the aisle one day. You know what I mean? I want to be a pawpaw one day. I would love to be a pawpaw one day. You know what I mean? One of these days, she's gonna bring some bum to my doorstep or whatever. I'm gonna have to size him up. You know what I mean? And see if he's worthy of taking my daughter out, or even worthy to even step out with my daughter. Right? You know what I mean? So I just want my daughter to understand that her dad did the best that he could in raising her. But in raising her, I can't teach her. Now I can tell her how a lady is supposed to conduct themselves, how a lady is supposed to talk, etc., etc., etc. But in doing so, I had to have those four ladies in my life and in her life to help guide her along the way. And so I'm very much thankful. I'm very much thankful that those four ladies in my life, my best friend and my two sisters, my aunt, have had a significant um, effect and a significant influence on not just my daughter's life but my life as well. You see what I'm saying? So shout out to that comment right there, Miss Shiesty, because I'm a very hands-on father. You know what I mean? And so, but I didn't do it alone. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted as I was talking. I said, I love that. I love that you have a very well rounded view of fatherhood and parenting. And it seems like, because I think the problem is we have a loud minority, or maybe it's the majority. I don't even know how to really categorize that. There's a lot of, again, the fuck them kids, I'm out kind of dads who don't really, they're the loud minority. I mean, I prefer to hear from the men who actually are in their kids' lives, who are raising their children or have raised their children. I get it, no parent is perfect, right? Good, bad, or indifferent, you were still there for your kids. So I think that's like, to Sugar Plum's point, I don't want to ignore the fact that there are some men out there who are, you know, just not good dads. They didn't give a shit. They didn't raise them, or they even buy them. It maybe the kids would have been better off if they weren't there, because they were abusive, because they were on drugs, because they were drinking, and were toxic and a bad influence. I don't know. I don't have the answers to that, but I am glad that you all are here, all of the men who are up here right now, to speak on fatherhood and parenting and to give some insight here. And I do want to welcome to the stage, we have 18th Letter who has joined us, Nightish has joined us, Coach Ferg has joined us, and also Black Dove has joined us.
Hey y'all.
Shout out to y'all. I feel like I know y'all. I'm always in the bushes listening to y'all. I've seen y'all, support Candy Cane Lane. Y'all, you guys are y'all. I love y'all when y'all get up on the panel and give y'all's opinion. So shout out to y'all.
Thank you. Shout out to
The
you,
same,
brother.
same to you. Same to you. You said a lot. You said a lot of great things up here.
Me personally, I don't have any children, so I'm just gonna give my perspective of from one black man to another. I just want to salute you, brother, for everything that you've done on raising your daughter, the job that you've done, and everything else. So I have to salute you on that.
Thank you.
But I think too, like when we was talking, when I was hearing you and Candy talk, I think sometimes too as well, one of the issues in our community as far as you do have people that's involved that's trying to do what they can, but the limited amount of resources are spread it thin, especially a lot of the times if it's just one person. And then on top of that, the incentive is not there because unfortunately, with some of the men in our community trying to get involved in certain situations, it's a thankless job. You're making a lot of sacrifices, and it's not really for some people. It's not. It doesn't show. Um, it's not a show of appreciation there when it comes to people that do try to get involved and they do try to help. And then some people, when they do try to help with the children and steer the children in the right direction, they're met with so much interference, depending on who the parents may be. That can make it, very stressful. And, in some cases, it's just like you can't get through to actually steer a lot of these kids in the right direction. And as far as the men out there that's not handling their business, the ratio, um, as far as the kids that's being born in situations where the parents don't really care about the children, or the parents don't really, you know, having like they don't want to really do anything for the child, the ratio is higher than the people that actually are having children and taking care of them. So if you got these three dudes right here, and they got, let's say they got three kids apiece, and they bums, they got three or four kids apiece. Then you got two brothers that only got one child apiece. That's handling their business, that's taking care, that's trying to build a family. Those two children that may be on the straight and narrow are outnumbered by the 12 other kids that's not. So it's almost like, you know, and if they're coming out of dysfunctional households, more than likely those children are going to be dysfunctional as well. So those kids are outnumbering the kids that's set on the right path. And a lot of the times when you are trying to help and support the community, it's almost the equivalent of like trying to throw water out the boat and somebody's still poking a hole in the ship. So that's all I want to say. And I'll land right there.
The
What
pride
do you
is
guys
keeping
think
the
about
boat
that?
afloat, though. The pride is keeping the boat afloat, though. Even while they poking holes, and the pride is in keeping the boat afloat.
I mean,
I
yeah,
really
but
don't think. I don't really think our. I. I think it's a minority of kids that's supposedly out of whack. But I know that I was born January 25th, 1970. Most of my family members, we all got married in our 20s. We all had kids in our 20s. And most of them kids that's in my family ain't been to jail, finished school, went to college, then traveled around the world a little bit. They ain't messed up like this. So I don't know who all these so-called bad kids are, but I think people put too much light on the so-called YNs. Most of our kids is nerds. Most of our kids is Carlton. They're not Will. And Will was just a regular kid. They try to say Will was the thug in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. No, he wasn't. He left Philadelphia so he wouldn't become a thug. He was just a regular kid.
Right.
I don't know why we get this stuff mixed up. Yeah, most of our kids out here is doing well. They're trying to do the right thing. They're not getting in no trouble. And hopefully they can pair bond with a significant other.
No, I agree. And that's why I think that the worst thing facing our kids. So I don't have any kids either, but I do have 9 nieces and nephews. And so I have a little bit of insight, but not perfect. But I feel like the worst thing faces are facing these kids today is like the internet. And it's not just the kids, it's everybody. Like, especially in the Black community, the way that the internet cherry picks what they want to show the world, it's so damaging. Like, let's be real. Like Buddy just said, most kids are actually doing great, especially Black kids. They're doing great. They're educated. They're going to school. They're not these YNs. Like, Chicago does not represent the entire United States. And then Black mothers are like really damn good. Like, but the way the internet depicts them as like these ratchet baby mamas, no. How many ratchet baby mamas do you actually know? And then the same with Black fathers. My brother is a single Black father. He was married, but my brother separated and my brother got full custody of his kids. My brother is a great father. So I hate this narrative of like these people who are actually doing really, really well, they're depicted on the internet as like these monsters, blah, blah, blah. And I'm not going to get into my whole like that's what the system wants you to think, even though I do believe that. But I think that like the biggest problem is that, back in the day, you had to worry about your kid joining a gang or, like there would be all these signs, but now all your kid has to do is go online. And just like that, boom, with the snap of a finger, there will be somebody else raising your kid.
If you think about it, what you're talking about right now is exactly what happened with Carmelo. I'm sorry to keep bringing him up. I know I said I wasn't going to do too much talking about him on this channel because he's everywhere right now. But that's exactly what happened with him. He was a kid who lived this life of like the normal lame school kid, and one decision, a bad decision, but one decision was the difference between him being seen as a regular kid and now him being called a demon and a YN and a murderer. And you know how quickly that can happen. One decision can change the way that the world views you. Not that it matters how the world views you, but when you go into court, it does. You know what I mean?
Yep. Yep.
But
Absolutely.
and I agree, and I also think that on top of that, it's like our unique struggle is that we spend our life instead of worrying about like changing or making a mistake, we I feel like we spend a lot of our life trying to prove the way that the world views us wrong. Because the people who convicted Carmelo probably thought he was a criminal before he even did anything. And I feel like that's how we spend a lot of our lives trying to prove that we're not criminals, trying to prove that we're not lazy or bad fathers or ratchet bitch, like so it's so hard, and that's why, we really do have to work twice as hard. And I think that it's balancing out more now, but that's just my opinion. I think the internet is a place where like a whole bunch of people who are mediocre, who have nothing to offer, can come and like affirm these ideas and like poison our community specifically to try to make themselves feel better. I hope I'm not getting too far off track.
No, I understood what you're saying. What do you guys think about what she said?
That's a fact.
I
And it's
think
a
some.
damn shame you got to spend all your life trying to prove I'm not a YN, I'm not a thug, I'm not a no, no. Live life. Don't care about what other people think.
I think some of that is accurate, but part of it. I mean, we see the videos, the footage is out there, and it's not like different isolated incidents. We do have a class of people that are, taking care of their responsibilities, but we really do have a major problem within our communities. Like as far as where our businesses should be, the corridors and the streets where our businesses should be lined up, the enclaves where we reside at, it's not nothing built there. And you have unfortunately, you have these kids being birthed in dysfunction and they being birthed out of situations where it was just lust. It wasn't no love, and they wasn't planned or anything like that. And what's going on the internet is what's influencing these children. Just like when I was coming up as a child, I was influenced by rap. I was influenced by Michael Jordan. I was influenced by basketball. That's what these kids are watching now, and they a lot of the times these kids are unsupervised and they're not being attended to, and they're being, and some of them are out of control. I think we have to be honest about that, and I'm all for trying to help and do anything that's necessary to help the youth, but it can't be in vain because I think too we do have people that want to help, but they don't want to throw away what they got going on just for things to just for them not to be appreciated and just for them to just be looked at. Oh, that's what you're supposed to do without
Wait,
having no
I got
type
a
of.
question.
Go ahead.
When you say in vain, so I'm just because I know you don't have children, right? So you're
Hmm.
saying if you were to help, like be a mentor to other people's kids, you think it would be in vain?
No, I have been, and I've tried as much as I can. Even
Okay.
before I was working in trucking, I've actually went to different, like, youth centers and stuff like that, the YMCA, and speak to children, play basketball with them, and everything. I've done that in the past in my younger years, but it's only so much I can do because I don't have the resources. I bought kids sneakers and different things, bought them clothes, take them to go get haircuts, and I did as much as I could for some of those kids. It wasn't enough because some of them still went down the wrong path when they see me in my old neighborhood. They greet me with love and everything. And some of them kids today, they might be selling drugs. They might be carrying pistols, but they showed me love because they remember what I did for them when they was young. But
Mhm.
um, what I mean by in vain is that you have teachers that sacrifice their salary to buy things for kids. You have people that go into the neighborhood that try to do stuff, but if it seems like it's like I say, it's a thankless job because
There you go.
they they
Thankless.
they 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 put all of their resources in only for people to not give a damn in the future, and that's one. Now you got some people that just don't care, they don't want to help, but for the people that do, that's what will deter you from helping. I remember when I ran into one of my old teachers that taught me on the south side, and he was, man, he used to do a lot for the kids, and sometimes he used to have to talk crazy because we'd get out of control and talk crazy. And I never forget what he told me because it's always stuck with me when I ran into him. I was like, Mr. Davis, how you been and everything? Where you teaching? Where you teaching now? He was like, oh, I'm over there teaching on the west side. I'm over at Crane High School. I was like,
Mm.
how's everything been going? He was like, well, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, 18. Teaching black kids is teaching black kids,
Say that again.
and
Say the last part. Teaching black
teaching
kids is what?
teaching black kids is, teaching black kids.
Oh,
And that's something that always stuck with me because when you're young, you don't even realize how much of a nuisance and a terror you can be to some of these teachers because we just got out of control behavior, we wilding out. And when I was in school, that was in '03, '04, and it was the issue then.
but
So
see, okay. So then, is some of that the fault? Okay, I'm gonna keep going doing the verses here. This is the verses. So then, is some of that the fault of the parents then? Because when I was growing up, like
yes,
I was fearful of having. I didn't have a lot of behavior issues because my teachers would pick up their phone and call my mama or call my daddy, and I knew it was a double ass whooping when I got home.
and
There was none of that. So
And yes, absolutely, it's the fault of the parents. And what do you do when the parent? Because I was brought up by my grandparents, and you know how it is where we at, Candy. A lot of them people come from the south, so we still had discipline and different things like that. But as time progresses and that generation passes on, it's only certain remnants that's left of that. And
Can
and
I
the next
comment
generation.
on that? Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And the next generation, goes on. But now today, you tell the kids' parents, yo, I'm gonna speak to your parent, and the parent is even worse than the child. Like, what can you do with that? I got one of my close friends. He I forgot the name of the school, but he coaches football at a school on the west side. He
mhm.
told one parent
And
that your
Coach Ferg,
son
I
is
see
not.
you. You next, and then Black Dove. Sorry, and
Oh,
18th.
I'm sorry,
I
and I don't
want to
mean to be.
acknowledge Coach
I don't
Ferg
want to
has
be.
his
I
hand
don't
up.
mean to be long winded. I'm sorry, y'all. Um, I just wanted to, and she came into the school cursing everybody out because her child wasn't gonna play in football, and he told her, "Look, your child ain't been here. His grades is all messed up. He ain't even been attending class. He haven't even been attending practice. And you think he gonna come in here playing this football game?"
The fact that she was more concerned about football than his grades is crazy. Go ahead, Coach Ferg.
How y'all doing, man? Everybody all right?
Good.
Listen, I didn't see a lot of y'all big nose, big lip people show up for the schools and the kids that needed the help. I didn't see it. I mean, listen, I worked on the west side and the south side of Chicago. Kenny King, you said something very unique, right? When they called home, they spoke to mama and daddy. I used to tell a lot of parents, even though the man cheated on you, he wasn't shit of a man, boyfriend, but he could be a good father. Let the school call to them sometime. Let them, and it's about relationship building, right? Because most students, they are looking for you to be consistent. Most young people, if you've been told that somebody ran out on you, then are you gonna trust the person that looked like the person that ran out on you? No, it's about relationship building. I did it for over 25 years in some of the worst parts of Chicago. And the one thing that I appreciate the most is that I didn't always give information in times of trouble. A lot of us, we just go about our day and shit. I can go to some of y'all houses right now with teenagers. The room smell like a pigsty, but we ain't getting involved until it's in a time of chaos. I used to sit out. Listen, I created a whole curriculum right here, trying to give it away. Don't nobody want to help the kids for real, because where they are in the most, they in the schools, in the community, they in survival mode. They gonna do what their peers do. And some of y'all, and I'm saying, listen, people live within 5-10 miles of daddy, right? And let's be real, right? If you Gen X, y'all was fucking as teenagers since y'all been able to fuck. Let's be real. Y'all mamas was teenagers, your daddy was a teenager. So when we talk about young behavior, it's chaotic. Niggas don't know how to be a mama, niggas don't know how to be a daddy, but it is what it is. But then we grow up. Everybody grow up. 40 years old, everybody's smart. It's super niggas on YouTube. They got all the answers. However, the young folks still are impressionable by what you can show them and be consistent in telling them. I don't expect for you to understand that there's steak over here, but you've been eating ramen noodles all your life. It might take 6 months. It might take two birthdays for you to realize, oh, okay, I can be different. A lot of people focus on the negative when really the key for me, I always focus on what they already have in them. Not so much, oh, you already know. Are you creative? Can you sing? I used to have students write me songs, sing me songs, paintings. I got so much stuff in the pile, about 5-6 inches thick, where I just used to save it. And in that time I would display it. And listen, there's no one cure for it. I raised a son by myself. I didn't expect nobody else to help me. I didn't do that. I called parents on the phone, had conversations. Listen, I need you to help me raise your son or daughter. Because it wasn't just boys, it was girls too. And we would sit down and have those conversations. I kept a box of Kleenex close to me because they start crying. Because once they get it out, now we on a mission to be better. And it's just, listen, salute to the crack era, man. It damaged the community aspect. It broke up families even worse. It put mothers on the streets. And y'all are now adults. All you 40-year-olds, y'all the first generation. I'm the baby daddy generation. Y'all the crack era generation. Y'all was kids when y'all saw your uncles and big brothers and fathers gunned down and y'all parents and grandparents on drugs. So now here y'all are. Everybody, the kids is bad. It's a small minority. You see it because nobody's fighting for the kids when it comes to the government. They've taken a lot of these programs away. Some of y'all kids don't even know how to swim.
Yep, facts.
Don't even have hand-eye coordination. All of that is, a lot of it's learned behavior. And I'll shut up after this, right? Because what I've barely saw was fathers given an opportunity to engage in a daughter, because the father just don't help the son out. He helps the daughter out. Because I guarantee a father around, he ain't letting Nug come up on the porch without questioning him and his motives. He ain't letting his daughter run outside with her booty cheeks showing and her breasts is showing. He ain't going for none of that shit. But we let the kids run around and do whatever they want and figure it out, then say, oh, they bad. No, you got to stop it before it happens. And it's consistency. It has to be consistency. A lot of people are caught up in their own minds and feelings about shit. That's why I say a black man cannot afford to live life in his feelings. Fuck your feelings. They for your mama, your daddy, maybe your wife, your girlfriend. The world don't care about your feelings. Move in truth and logic and try to understand things when they go wrong and figure out how you can help. Show up. Shiesty Bum, show up to the kids. The girls need you. They need y'all true women right now to say, hey, don't give up your monkey too early. They need you. They need you to be there. Even if you shaming man the whole time, at least they won't be a teenage mama. And they can and you can show them Shiesty, because I like talking to Shiesty because Shiesty's she real. Now listen, you get a man to help you, they can help you. Not the nigga on the street corner that's saying miss school. It just comes down to people showing up as individuals. If you can touch one or two, that one or two can make a difference. So I don't know. Here we are.
Yeah.
I want to know why we listening to the only white man on the panel.
Because the big headed girl with the fake wig on is up here.
Hey. Leave her lace front alone.
Biggest girl, biggest head is talking.
No. Coach Ferg, leave that woman lace front alone. She got to fix it because the makeup is kind of not blending in with her face.
I'm pretty sure her lace front looks perfectly damn fine.
Because his lace front don't fit right. That's the problem.
And she got a little lay on the side too.
Yours don't either.
No, mine great. She looks cute. I don't know what you're talking about. What you looking at? Are we looking at the same picture? Because Chanel looks good.
No, we're not talking about the picture. We talking about when you had the audacity to get on camera.
Like, what you mean? Nah, just shut the hell up. No one's talking to you.
And you got that crooked mouth too.
What?
Chanel, you started it. Leave me alone.
Why are you focusing on my mouth, Nightish? Focus on your mouth.
You've been looking at that mouth ever since you
take it back. I'll take it back.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Chanel.
How are y'all doing? That was a very serious conversation. That's why I called Mr. Coach Ferg white, because y'all was just so serious.
Yeah, because you're a racist. I don't like when you dark-skinned people go after light-skinned people. That's crazy work.
Man, they got to go after the guys.
And she not, and Coach, she not even really dark. She kind of like caramel somewhere in there.
You tried it. See how niggas?
She a little hazy.
Dark skin code.
Listen, Chanel.
A little Nutella girly.
Topic. Go to the topic because we
go to the topic.
No, I have
you passing for dark skin. You passing for dark skin.
Oh, I have to say on this topic. First of all, let's be real. Like, I don't mean to be a contrarian, which I just learned that word like a couple months ago. So I'm gonna use it all the time. It's the word of the month. I don't mean to be a contrarian, but I don't think that it's like a lot of the parents. As a matter of fact, I feel like it's quite the opposite, and people need to give parents way more credit. Because let's be real, most parents are trying their fucking hardest. They are trying so hard. Mothers be trying hard. Fathers be trying hard. When I'm watching...
Not at all.
No, okay, but like, just hear me out, and then, but like, I'll be the first one to tell you, when I was a kid, I was a fucking monster. Like, I was a monster when I was a kid. And that's why I spent my whole life...
Was you the only child?
No, I'm the youngest of 4. But that's why I spent my entire, 28 and 29 on a full-blown apology tour to my mom, because I would look back and I'd be like, oh my God, why would I act? It was cringy. And now I'm watching it with my brother. It's almost like my brother's kids hate him for doing what the fuck he got to do to raise those fucking kids. Oh, Daddy, you're not home enough. Yeah, because I have to work to pay the bills to take care of you motherfuckers. Oh, Daddy, you never want to go out and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, because I'm tired. Because I'm raising you motherfuckers. And I feel like a lot of times we put the blame on parents, but when you actually look at a situation, usually these parents are trying the best that they can. And we need to give them credit. And back in the day, like I said, it was way easier before the internet and, access to the world started perverting these kids' minds. It was way easier to keep reins on your kid. But let me ask you something. So when I was a kid, and I think I'm a millennial, when I was a kid, my mom worked double shifts every single day. She was a single mom until she married my dad. And what would we do? We would go outside. We would get into trouble. We would play hide and seek. We would play basketball, blah, blah, blah. But now when your parents have to work a double, what do? You go online and then you see some Chad or some red pillar poisoning the image of like the very type of person that's raising you. Oh, you know how disgusting that is? These red pillars who be like, your mom's single moms are bad. They keep your father. No, baby, your father left. Your father was in jail, and your mom did what the fuck she had to do. She did. Let's keep it like let's keep it.
What is a Chad before you continue? What is a Chad?
Just a stereotypical white boy who's probably a little bit racist in private, but like in public, not really.
Can we be honest? It's a lot more difficult. It was a lot more difficult then because when you went outside, your parents didn't know where you were. They didn't know whose house you was over. Today, we have the option to be able to track our slow, and I'm being facetious when I say this because I work and love children.
Your parents didn't know where you were.
We're not. They did not know where you. Well, Chanel, listen, you couldn't go off the pitch without a helmet. So
I'm sorry, Coach Ferg. I'm going to interrupt you just a second.
You do not open this door for nobody, not even me. Anybody that come and can knock on this door that needs to be in here has a key. So yeah, they knew exactly where you were.
Yeah,
unless
we understand
they was cracking out there in the streets, maybe they didn't know because that was a whole different scenario. But for the parents that cared,
not hate, but I'm really disgusted by like this new wave of men who are just like blaming baby mom, single mom, single mom, single mom. Like, babe, why do you hate the parent who didn't leave you? And you're buying this bullshit up online about like, oh, single moms this, single moms that. Why do you hate the parent that didn't leave? You're choosing the idea that makes you feel better because instead of accepting the fact that your daddy left and your mom couldn't be around because she was trying to raise you, it's easier to believe that your daddy actually loved you, but he was just kept away. No,
I don't think it's hate though. I don't think it's hate.
She's been
we live in this society today where the politics hates the nuclear family. They don't want the family to be together because it's empowerment. That's not what she's talking about,
though, Nightish.
Yeah, she talking about some different shit, and she don't understand that the main thing is destroying the family. So if you want to focus on baby mamas, why is it 70% of women want to be alone? Why do them women want to be alone?
That's not what she's saying, though, Coach. No normal.
I'm not Coach. I know I'm light skinned, but shit, we're not Coach.
No normal woman who is a good, decent human being, even a treacherous one, is gonna say, "I'd rather struggle and have my children struggle for the next 18 to 20 years and not be able to pay my bills on time and have to struggle if they have the option." Of a good man being there, somebody.
Chanel, I love you, but unfortunately, you're wrong.
They would not. I'm not talking about every last one. Before y'all getting y'all feelings about it, come out your feelings.
I'm not. Okay? It's not an emotional thing for me. It's just an honest thing.
What that young lady said is not wrong. It's easier to blame the parent that's there because they're the ones that have to provide discipline. They're the ones that have to, they're the ones that have to get up and go to work and make sure you're provided for. It's easy. She's talking about the people online who are bashing the people
and if you're saying the same thing, you full of shit too. That's not the truth.
That's what she's talking about. Y'all trying to move it to
can I say something real quick?
This and that. That's not what she's saying. She's talking about the people online who repetitively day in and day out bash the actual parent that's taking care of the child rather than saying something about the parent that's absent and ain't doing shit for the child.
Wait.
Hold on. Before you go.
One second. Let me say this right quick. One second. Here's the thing. I hear what you're saying, but y'all most of the things we talk about online as content creators, I want everybody to understand this is a minority of people. The guys that are incels, got big thumbs and peanut allergies and socially awkward, can't talk to, that's a minority of guys. That's not all of the guys.
Like the majority.
It's not the minority of the people who are talking about this nastiness.
No, they allow squeaky wheel, but they're a minority. It's not a bunch of them.
There are millions of people listening to
the majority of incels are exactly those guys. They're angry because whatever the internet taught them about how relationships can be isn't working out for them. And so it's so much easier to be like angry and hateful than it is to be disciplined and put in the work to understand the world. So it's definitely the majority.
Okay, so excuse me. This is what I want to say. More men would be more men would want to help
Hi, Black
the
Money.
children. If what's going on? Oh, good afternoon, good evening to everyone.
And
Hi,
respectfully,
Black
the
Moon. I
moon.
just want to make
I
sure.
just
Hold
wanted to
on.
say,
Hold on. Let me
I,
just confirm. Are you Lou from the chat?
yeah, it's me.
Okay. I just want to make sure because
Yeah, yeah.
I knew Lou was asking for the link, and I just wanted to make sure that was you that got it.
Yeah,
Got it.
Oh,
yeah,
We're good. Go
yes,
ahead.
ma'am.
that's him.
So what I was gonna say was, more men would be willing to help the children if the parents were more cooperative. The problem is the parents don't want you saying anything to their children. They don't want you verbally disciplining their children. They don't want you to say anything about how they've been raised. So it
Okay,
makes
but
it uncomfortable. Wait, hold on. It
I'm
makes
sorry.
men uncomfortable. It makes men uncomfortable to try to help the children if the parents are not cooperative. I was a teacher, so I'm only speaking from experience.
Hmm.
When you try to correct their children, they get upset, they get mad. Don't be talking to my kid like that. And this, you're trying to help the child, and then you're fighting with the child, and then the parent comes and try to fight you for helping the child. You're fighting. You're going. You're fighting the extra fight. So it's like men don't want to go out of their way because it feels like they're going out of their way to help children that don't want help, or not the children, but the parent that don't want the child to get help.
I agree with
Now,
that.
Brother Moon, before you continue, I want to ask you a specific question, a very specific question. Was that a bunch of black dads coming up there confronting you?
No,
Okay. No, Chanel, don't laugh. This is a serious conversation. Let's not make it, a joke.
So I want to
You
ask a
ain't shit. I
realistic
swear to
question.
God. No, but he
Are
makes a
we
good
able?
point. I agree with
Are,
him. My mom was
are
a
we
teacher.
able to have a conversation about parenting and raising children where it doesn't turn into gender war? Is that possible? Where we
Right?
can talk about raising kids without blaming either men or women?
Probably
I
not.
hope so,
Wait, wait.
Yeah,
Candy.
probably not
Well,
Only,
because
yes.
even though we
only
love
because,
one second, y'all, let's do one at a time. And I love Candy Cane. She's one of my favorites. I don't ever want to make it a gender thing, but if most kids are born out of wedlock and they supposedly oops babies, and they saying that the person that stayed is the one who had them, then there's a responsibility to the ones that stayed and who had them. I'm finna whoop on my kids and do whatever I can do to make sure they be somewhat, a part of the people that contribute to society. The only
Hmm.
thing I didn't want to do, the only way I'd have felt I was a failure when it comes to society, if I didn't make my kids people that are contributors. A lot of people teach their kids to be takers. Society
Mm.
owes you something. These people owe you something. They better give you something. And then the kids that grow up gonna rob my kids. So I send my kids to learn jujitsu and wrestle, put them in the army and the Marines and whatever else, so they can be able to fight back with these little savages that people sending out here.
All right.
I'll drop down,
What,
Candy,
what,
so
what,
you can have somebody to
I'm
come
gonna
up.
no, no. You can stay up, Chanel. I'm about to
what,
drop down. I'll be back a little bit later, Candy, if somebody else wanted to join the
Shout
what,
out
conversation.
what, what's,
18.
what's up, Candy Cane? Can I jump in
Hey,
real
Auntie.
quick?
Salute to
Sure.
Aunt T. What's going on,
What's
Aunt?
going on?
Shout
Yeah.
out to
And before I even say anything, I want to just give a shout out. Happy Father's Day, to all the fathers on the panel. If I don't get the
salute.
chance to tell you tomorrow, happy Father's Day, fellas. But not to answer Candy's question and also to address what Black Love was saying a moment ago, it's going to continue to be some kind of gender war debate because there are a lot of people that don't understand the difference between blame and accountability. So, even when and I don't agree with a lot of these tactics when the dudes talk about, the single motherhood and that's the problem with everything, and everything else. I don't agree with those methods because there's no instruction manual to parenting. Whether
At
you're
all.
single father, whether you're single mother, whether hell, y'all a couple that just are just trying to make it, like there's no instruction manual. You kind of just do the best you can with what you have, and hey, there's no parent that's not going to have some regret somewhere and would do things differently if they could do it all over again. That's going to happen. But at the same time, you got to be able to take accountability. So a lot of times, that single mother is not always just a single mother because the dad was in jail or because he just didn't want to be around or whatever the case may be. It could be because of bad choices. It could be because, hey, you chose to have a baby with somebody that didn't even want to be with you. or wasn't in it for the long haul, or was just a total liar, or whatever. You probably made some bad decisions that led to some more bad decisions, and they snowballed. Not to say that it's all on you as a single mother. That's why I don't like the way a lot of these dudes go at it, because it takes two. You know what I'm saying? It takes two when it comes to that. So yeah, but just because you hold one person accountable doesn't mean that you're blaming them, and it doesn't also absolve the other person from accountability too.
I want to say this here. The great point. I want to say this here uh, about accountability and the blame game and so forth and so on. Not one time have I, and I'm speaking for myself. I can't speak for anybody else. I can only speak from my life experience. Not one time have I blamed the system. I blamed this country. I blame my circumstances on anything because the buck stops here. The buck stops right here. You know what I'm saying? So I told my story from the get go about my daughter, and I want to say shout out to her. Not one time has she blamed anybody. You know what I'm saying? All the tragedy that I've explained in the beginning of the show, as far as what she's gone through, you know what I mean? She has not one time, not once, blamed society or blamed the universe or blame God or however you want about her mom being gone from this earth or whatever. That girl is the toughest, and I'm not just saying that because she's my daughter. I'm saying this because of true life experiences. That young lady has not blamed anybody for anything. If she has a grade, if she's had a grade that was not up to par, she is hard on herself, and I've seen her work hard. And like I said in the beginning, her teachers have said, "Hey, I wish every kid acted like that." And let me just stop and say this here. I mentioned this on another panel, and Candy Kane, you were in the chat with Miss Alice, blessed child of God, and she was talking to me about this same thing. You know, my daughter, she's like 3-4 years old. This is the second time I've admit to this on social media. But my daughter was diagnosed with ADHD and autism and all that. And y'all know how that is. We got a lot of educators on the panel and educators in the chat. You know how that is, right? The doctors they're gonna put off medication on you, right? They're gonna put medication on you and tell you what you need to do. But at the time, my daughter and my daughter's mom and I, we did not subscribe to that. Now, look, if you want to subscribe to that, you know, I'm not preaching about what you should do. I'm just talking about me. All right, I'm talking about me. So I've said all that to say this. We're talking about the blame game, right? We're talking about holding each other accountable, right? We're talking about holding each other accountable as parents, right? Children should hold themselves accountable, correct? So, with that being said, my daughter graduated 2 weeks ago.
Hold themselves accountable.
I believe children should be taught accountability. Like they have to be taught accountability, and usually through example from their parents.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So with that being said, so with that being said, let me land my plane and I'll let y'all talk. So with that being said, with all of the situations that I explained, that she graduated with A's and B's. All right. So at some point in time, you know what I mean, children have to look at the parents. They look at parents as examples. And when you talk about accountability, I'm not going to, me as a man, I am not going to feel sorry for myself. I'm not going to sit there and put the blame game on anybody or whatever. I'm just going to put my hand on the plow and plow, right? That's what I'm going to do. And I'm going to lead by example. And when you lead by example, a lot of times people, your child is going to see what you do or whatever, and they're going to follow suit. Not all the time. This is not the case for everybody. I'm not saying this is the case for everybody, ladies and gentlemen, but that's what I wanted to add on that.
Brother, you said something very unique, right? And this, you held yourself accountable. So in doing that, the example was already being seen over time. And see, listen, man, we can blame the women, blame the man. Again, half of y'all damn in the chat, y'all mamas and daddies was teenagers. What we talking about? They was young people liking young people. It became a point in time where some of it was intentional, some of it was, hey, we was making bad choices. Y'all went against the grain when it came to y'all mamas, when y'all got outside and y'all was fucking Ron Ron. Let's be real. You know Ron Ron didn't have a daddy, wasn't shit, and y'all was fucking Nay Nay, and you know she was easy because she ain't have a daddy. It is what it is.
And both of them was a little slow.
But what I'm saying is, once you get out there and you start getting into real life, you can't sit back and blame everybody. You have to look at yourself, and I think that's one of the hardest things people learn to do is accept they're ugly, face they ugly, and then move forward with it. There's no way that I thought about my parents when I was going to get some cheeks. All the shit they told me, I was thinking about me. This is part of who we are. But then I looked at myself, do I want more? Do I want to set an example for any, just for myself? And I put in the work. Some people, we caught up in this celebrityism as black folks, and oh, if you ain't got all the flashy shit and the tight jeans on, you ain't did nothing. Most people that really do something, you'll never know. But y'all figure it out, man. Y'all in the.
I just have a question. I have a question for Ferg. Like Ferg, and I agree with a lot of what you're saying, but my question is, that's a lot of pressure to put on a child, and I feel like with certain children, they are expected to have the wisdom, moral development, intellectual development, and discipline of a grown-ass man or woman when they're just kids. And as I'm listening,
slow down. You go too fast. You going. What pressure? What's a lot of pressure for a kid?
A lot of what you just said, like, well, with SBK, sorry, I can't see, but like when he said, "Oh, hold children accountable," or it's like you knew her daddy wasn't shit, or you knew his daddy wasn't shit. Like, how can you expect a child to have that level of maturity?
Hold on. Hold on. Like Dove again. What do you consider a child? What age group? What's the age that you stop being a child? What age should you go from a child to adolescent, teen, whatever? What age are you talking about?
Well, when I say child, I'm usually referring to like anything
6th grade and under.
No, I'm honestly referring to anything under like 24.
24. So
just hear me out. Just hear me out. The reason why I'm challenging this idea is because I grew up in an all-white state, and other people, like, we're sitting up here pressuring our children to not play the blame game when other cultures don't do that. Other cultures have no problem recognizing the issues in the society that set their child back, and you know what they do? They lobby to fix it. These kids have it so much easier. Like, a 16-year-old YT male does not have to worry about half of the things that we are trying to encourage these Black children to worry about, because their parents know, like, their child, they're stupid. Like, I know, at least for me, I didn't even know how to function. I didn't have my first apartment by myself until I was 27. Like, it takes a long time to mature, and I just want to know, like, just my question to Ferg, and I'm not trying to frustrate you. I'm sorry.
He's not frustrated. He deals with this stuff all the time.
Yeah, like, my question is, like, why do our children have to have the discipline and maturity of a grown-ass adult when they're just kids, and no other kid has to do that?
Let me say something before Coach Ferg responds. They looked at Emmett Till as an adult. They don't look at our kids as kids. Carmelo, they look at him as an adult. They look at him as a kid. They don't look at his track record of being a good kid in school, great grades, didn't do nothing. But here's the thing.
So since they don't look at them as children,
they don't look at Black kids as adults. I mean, as children. No, they don't see us as children.
So that means we shouldn't?
We can, but us looking at our kids as children is a lie if they facing society. I cannot send my kids outside. My kid was 13 years old and was a giant. So I can't send him outside and go, oh, they don't know you 13. No, they're gonna look at him as a grown man. So I don't want to send him out there because I love him and he's a baby to me. He's not a baby to them. But I have a question for Black Dell because she said she
before you ask it, can Berg answer the first question?
Yeah, but I want to see. I was interrupted by Tiff, but I want to ask this one question: what age are white kids when they have bar mitzvahs?
Jewish kids, I think.
I was about to say that's a small percentage of white kids.
Yeah, so those people look at those kids. They're coming into adulthood at that young age.
Yeah,
go
but
ahead,
come on,
Coach Ferg.
Let's be real. Like, just quickly, and then I'll shut up. Like, yeah, you have a bar mitzvah at 13, but let's be real. It doesn't mean it's an adult to them. Like, let's be real. It's a ceremony. It's like a quinceañera, but I've never ever, like, if a Jewish child does some childlike shit because they're just a kid, that Jewish parent is going to be like, instead of spending their energy being like, you need this, you need that, that Jewish parent is going to spend all their energy being like, they're just a kid, bar mitzvah or not. And that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to like cause problems, but it's like I just feel like our community, we have adopted this idea that our kids are obligated to like mature faster, be more disciplined, appease the society, when in reality they are just kids. All kids are stupid.
So Black Dove.
Okay, so the reality of all of
wait,
hold on. Y'all can't talk over
Coach Ferg.
I'm sorry, I had stepped away. Y'all can't talk over each other though. You gotta let Coach Ferg go, and then Moon, you got it after that. Black.
Listen, put the time on me. Put the time on me. I don't like to go over 2 minutes. Listen, it comes down to this, right? A lot of us know who our children are. Do we sit down and play the little kitty games with them? We act like we ain't never been. Some of y'all still got 2 left feet. Your kid could be a hell of a agility athlete. Some of y'all rap and do all that dumb shit, but your kid could learn how to write something. We don't spend enough time teaching at an early infant stage, 0 to 3, 3 to 5. We don't spend enough time. Some of y'all kids don't know what a playground is. Let's go. Listen, I learned this. My brother spoke on medication of a child. You know what they tell the white parents? Sign your slow kid up for soccer. Sign them up for some shit that they go run outside all day, every day. Might not score a goal all year. And they out there, they get sitting in the sun. We don't want to put our kids in position so they can absorb the world beyond our funky ass living room with the cigarette smoke in it. We don't want to let our kids see what life is about, just living as a kid free from, oh, I'm scared that they might shoot in my neighborhood. We don't do that. It's like we always behind the 8 ball. We don't get out in front of it because now what's different from today than back then? All the information, you can Google that shit while I'm talking. They have a whole list of shit you can do to your kid. I ain't got time for that because I'm either got to get on YouTube or I got to go to work, but I don't want people to say nothing to my baby. So I don't like my daddy, his girlfriend. So I ain't going to let the baby grow up and see both sides of the apple. I appreciate my parents. I have 5 sisters. None of them was pregnant before high school. Why? Because my parents set an expectation and they had conversation constantly. Y'all don't. We gotta ask questions. What do you think? Not what you feel. That's what I'm saying. Ask the kid, what do you think about this? All this shit with Carmelo. How many of y'all sat down when y'all teenagers and said, "Listen, there's nothing more exciting than me when I was young to bust a white boy's nose. You push me, I'm a bust your nose." But I'm not going to tell my son, go overextend it, bust his fucking nose, and we can deal with the video and suspension in school. You can stay home with me for a week. I need some shit done around the house. Matter of fact, your room is dirty. We're going to get all the trash on. See, people are not as detailed with that shit. And it only takes a short time to get them into that schedule. By the time your kid's a teenager, they should be self-sufficient. Only thing you should do is wash your little clothes, take them a little shopping. And what I mean by self-sufficient, you should know how to wash your own damn clothes, clean up your room, dust the house. You should be able to cut the grass. You should be able to do something on a kid level.
Yeah.
You can't
wash
say
them
they
sheets and that comforter once a week at least.
Practice. And if you want to cry, my parents just tell me, your mama say, your ass want to cry, take your ass in your room and cry on your pillow. Because when you get through with your emotions, you still got to take care of business. And this is where people, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
And I was just going to add to that. I was just going to say that we have to live in reality. As Black people, Native people, whatever you are, a person of color or whatever, you have to teach your children. You have to teach your children real life. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't have that. We don't have that luxury to not teach our children the truth, because when they step outside our doors and our four walls, they have to deal with reality. So it's our responsibility to teach our kids while they're young, and regardless to how we feel about it, we have to teach our children this.
No, and I agree.
And a lot of the reason why a lot of this is going on is because they weren't prepared to deal with the world when they went outside. We have something different going on than every other culture in the world.
Facts.
And we just have to accept that.
No, and here's the thing, like, I agree, and I'm grateful that, like, there are Black men who play that role. Like, trust me, I'm not disagreeing. All I'm saying is that, like, for me as a woman, like, anything that comes from my womb will be Black, right? So, like, and I'm grateful for you Black men being, like, you know, like, how you are, because it's true. But I'm just saying that what makes me more upset is not like Emmett Till, for example. What makes me more upset about that situation is that the world saw a child as a grown man. I'm not upset that, like, he didn't know how to be a grown man. And I feel like Black kids, that's how they're treated. They're treated, you know, this is what you guys all know, like, my dad who adopted me is white. And one thing that really bothered me, which is why I would only want to be with a Black man, is because my white dad saw my brother at just like 12 years old as a grown man. And we were kids. We were kids. He saw me as a baby girl, but he saw my 12-year-old brother as a grown.
Let me respond.
I don't like that.
The last 60 years, Black men, most Black men, from time they can get outside, they all Emmett Till.
Yeah.
Hold on, and first, let me say this too.
No, that's not a grown man. That's
that's one of the reasons why I'm thankful for my upbringing. And this wasn't just from the men in my family; it was also from the women too. Just like what SBK was saying. You know, his daughter, she gets less than an A, and she's like, you know, she's ready to cry. Like that, there's a problem. I was always taught that, like, you know, if you want to be the president of the United States, you want to be an attorney, you want to be a top accountant and engineer, you're going to need an A+. That white boy can do it with a C.
Exactly.
And as wrong as that may be, that's the way that it is. So, yeah, you're going to need not just an A, you're going to need an A+ in everything. A 4.0 isn't even good enough. You're going to need a 4.3. Extracurriculars, all of that. Okay, that's just the way it works for you. You know?
I know it's the way it is, but I'm just like, and like I said, I'm grateful that, like, Black men have the strength to do that, because in my mind, all I'm thinking is, like, why the fuck does my kid need a double A+ when your kid needs a C? Like, that's my battle. Like, as a
I'll tell you, because we live on planet Earth.
Yeah,
and
no.
Can I ask a question real quick? I want to ask her a question though.
No, so but let me respond to the reason why your Black kid got to do that is because we haven't took over the world. We the majority of the planet, and we being oppressed by a minority of the planet. If we take over the world, then your kid will be perfectly fine. So that's why young Black kids are looking. But it's not just young Black men. Young Black women are looked as grown too. You can be 12 and they look at you as a grown woman.
Yeah,
that.
and that's why I'm like, why are we trying to like teach our kids that they need to like meet the expectations of these YT people instead of taking over the world? That's where my head is at.
Okay,
Like, don't and my
Oh
mom
well, let me
Hold on,
jump in
hold
on
on, hold
that.
on, hold
Like,
on,
and I
slow down,
think
y'all.
putting the weight of the world on our children, like that's even worse. I mean, as parents, it's our job to teach our children
but
how to
you
maneuver
are
through the
putting
world.
the
Like
weight
it's
of
our
the world,
job to prepare them to be adults, not to take over the world. That's an extreme. That's an impossible
but
burden,
you
to be
are
honest.
putting the weight of the world on your children by trying to force your children to have the brain of a grown ass adult when they're just a child. I'm not
I want
saying like I'm saying bear
Dr.
the weight
Black
of
Dove,
the world
SBK.
on your shoulders. I'm sorry. What?
So it's not
Hold on.
about taking over the world. It's about preparing them for the world that's already
It's about
taken over.
surviving in it. Yeah.
everything in this world, whether you, we tend to think that peer pressure and pressure in general is just relegated to our children, and that's just not true. You know what I'm saying? When you get in this world as an adult, you're going to be pressured. When you have your job,
Yes.
your job is going to pressure you with making your sales numbers, with getting your
Competitiveness.
production
Yes.
numbers to where they need to be.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So everything in this world has peer pressure. You see what I'm saying? So we, just like my brother Ant said, we are preparing our children. We are preparing our children for the world. I don't look at it as putting a whole bunch of problems on them, on their shoulders or whatever. I'm getting my child ready for the world. You know what I mean? Ready for that peer pressure. Because look, whether you like it or not, your kid is going to have pressure whether you put it on them or not. You know what I mean? Your
The second
child,
they step outside your door. The second they
exactly,
step outside
Yes.
your door, yes.
Yes.
Nowadays,
exactly,
they don't even have to leave your door to feel that pressure.
exactly.
They don't
The
have to
internet,
go out the
the,
door.
the
There
internet,
you go, SBK. The internet is gonna give them
You know what
peer
I'm saying?
pressure right there.
They don't even
you
have
know
to go
me.
outside the door.
You
And
know how
listen,
many predators there are out there that just sit there, man, on the internet and they prey after our young children and so forth and so on. You know what I mean? And so that's where it comes into play to get our children prepared for all that. So
and to not complicate things there's two choices. You either take over the world or you learn how to live in the world that we in right now. If you're
What's
not
your
No,
going
but
to
there's
take it over, if you're not going to take it over, you have to adjust and learn how to live in the world we live in right now. And black people since transatlantic slave trade have always have to be prepared to be looked at as adults from the age of 12,
no, we don't because
boys
here's
and
no, I
girls.
agree with those two choices, but I also think that there's a third choice, which is the choice that I would make. Like if
So
somebody
I
I'm
want
sorry. I want to
my
interrupt
bad.
y'all real quick before you continue on. Silver Sports. This is not Carmelo was innocent. Carmelo wasn't innocent. The jury is all white. Go on somewhere else. In fact, I'm gonna come over and block you because you're trying to start up a conversation we're not even having, and you can take that someplace else. This is productive.
amen,
But I have
amen,
a zero tolerance for bullshit. I really do.
amen,
Today, zero.
Hey, you
amen.
know what? You know what's happening
So
today,
sister,
SBK?
my
I'm
bad.
learning to like Candy more and more. She ain't going for the BS. We're not talking about
Hey,
Carmelo at all.
hey, bro.
no.
Yesterday I was like, she is outside. Oh man, she is
But
outside.
but
Shout out to you, Candy.
So
I understand where Black Dove is coming from, but I think like okay, so of course we shouldn't we should understand that our 12-year-olds are not adults. They're
Yeah.
not adults. We're
Yeah.
preparing them for adulthood, but they are still not adults. So it is our job to instill them with the tools and understand that everything needs to be done in moderation. And this is where and parents are human too. Like we
Fact.
human too. Sometimes we can give some extra responsibility to our children a little bit early, and sometimes we don't put enough responsibility on our children,
Facts.
early enough.
Well,
It
And
happens, and
that's
this happens
how,
amongst all demographics. Like that's why I said there's no instruction manual to it.
but I
But
feel
I would
like
agree with this. We do need to know that our children are still children.
Well, Auntie, the
So
way that
I
works,
would like to ask the young lady a question though, real quick. So I just want to know are all of your opinions that you have about the way that the world operates, are these based on feelings, or or is it based on logic, or what you think?
reality.
Is it based on what you feel, or is it based on what you think? Because
Well,
it is a difference, because you can feel one thing, and your feelings are not going to make it's not going to make it true or a reality. You
no,
know.
a lot of it is based on my experience, but a lot of it is also based on what I've seen, which is why I'm so passionate about it. Like, yes, I have experience. When I was, a kid, I remember I had a group of friends. I was the only black girl in my friend group. There was like four of us, and we were in a Walgreens, and we were all like trying to steal from the Walgreens. I'll keep it a buck. And guess what? Because this is why I say I actually am grateful for like the men on the panel and the women on the panel being like preparing, because I was prepared. So my ears were up. My ears were up when I heard over the intercom the lady said security stand the store. I immediately knew like they know we stealing. And guess what I did? I dropped all that shit. And it was because I was taught like everything that you guys are saying now. And when we walked out, it was five of us. None of my white friends believed me. They were like, girl, you're tripping, you're tripping. And guess who was the only one who got stopped as we walked out the store?
You.
Me.
Okay, so if you had a child,
No.
so
Wait.
if you had a child, would you want to prepare your child for life like you say you were prepared?
Oh, but I gotta finish the story to make the
Okay,
full point.
my bad.
When we were walking, no, it's okay. When we were walking out the store, I was the only one who got stopped, and I told the bitch, I was like, check my bag. I got nothing in my fucking bag. And she checked my bag, and I said, call the police and waste their time. Yeah, I was disrespectful as fuck when I was only like 13.
Yeah,
But
ain't no wrong.
I didn't say that I had nothing in my bag. But the reason I had to finish the story is because yes, I was prepared. I was taught well. I was given all the lessons to stay up. But at the end of the day, that was fucked up.
So can
And
I ask
me
you a
as
question?
a grown ass woman now, it's like
So
I'm
can I
kind
ask
of
you?
upset with the idea that like, why is only the black child checked
I
and
want to go after you, Ferg.
who are stealing? Like yes, I'm glad that I was prepared and I was given all those lessons.
Black
But
Dove,
also
what you
say, like, burn that motherfucking Walgreens down. Why are
I
you
get it,
guys
Black
so
Dove,
You
but
got to let him cut in on you like that.
what you experience, right, is what black men, black children have been experiencing for shit since none of us was alive. Before that, right? And again,
Exactly.
that's even part of what systematically you, the nigga child, hanging out with some right trash. The question I want to ask you is this: did you continue to hang around them after that incident?
No, and I never stole again in my life. And guess what? The other thing is that like I was taught how to steal by one of the little white girls in my group. She taught me how to steal.
So it
But
wasn't
see,
your
I never
parents.
I never
Oh, yeah.
I never stole again.
Well,
But the thing that I'm trying to get across, and I hope I'm being clear because I know I can talk in circles. Yes,
Yeah,
I'm grateful that I was prepared. But the thing that I also want to get across is we also need to be questioning and checking the people who will only check the black child in a group full of thieves. And
here's
that's
the
me. So while
how
daddy is
about that?
sitting up preparing, while daddy is sitting up preparing and teaching children how to survive as a black person in America, I'm burning down the bitch's house who only checked the
How
black
about this?
child's
How
bag.
about this?
That's
here's
How
the
my
about this?
thing. No,
How about this?
here's the
Teach
And,
them
and
thing.
not
that,
to
No,
that's
it's
where I have it.
wait. 1 second. One mic, y'all. Here's the thing, though. You can be a kleptomaniac in a white man's world because you're a little white girl, right? Not you, but your friends can be kleptos. They can do what they want to do and call what that dude got away with. He called it affluenza, right? He's affluent, so he can get away with some shit. This is the
Yeah.
way this will work out. If black people own some shit. So I was born January 25th, 1970. The diners, the liquor stores, everything around me was black owned. I could go to the store with a note, no money. and they give my grandmama a whole bag full of food and cigarettes and wine. I'm not even old enough to have the wine and the cigarettes, but they give me all of that stuff in the bag and a piece of candy and say, tell your grandmama she can pay me when she get the money. Once black people stop owning stuff, then all of a sudden, it's an Asian person that say, hurry up and buy. No, you got to own some shit. You got to be a lawyer. You got to be a doctor. You got to be the policeman. You got to be the mayor. You got to be the senator. And every time we run away from that and want to be something other than that, we have no say. So yes, now your 12-year-old have to accept that they're going to look at you as a grown man or woman as a child because then black people aren't there. Then black people aren't there to love you and have empathy for you or sympathy.
Yeah.
But
I want to,
and that's exactly
if y'all give me a chance to jump in, I want to address what you said, Black Dove. I hear what you're saying about not wanting our kids to grow up too fast, not wanting to put too much pressure on them. The problem, though, is no matter the amount of pressure you put on them, you just gave us a story on how the world put pressure on you. So you can't leave them unprepared. You have to, at the end of the day, if we do not prepare them, even as 12-year-olds, for what they might experience as an adult, even though they're 12, you leave them vulnerable.
You leave
Your
them
parents,
unprepared.
very unprepared. And the fact that you were at least smart enough to drop that stuff because you knew they were going to be on your ass, it left, in my opinion, like, while stealing, of course, we know was a bad thing, at least you had enough sense to know they were going to pick your behind out of that group. Because if you didn't know that, if they didn't prepare you, letting you know that you're like the 3 times harder, like we have to work 3 times harder to be just as good. It's a real thing, whether people acknowledge it or not.
Reality.
I've been in the stores before, shopping, grown, shopping with money in my pocket, and have people following me around the store while I'm watching white people in the store as well get ignored.
Right.
Didn't even look in their direction. You on my ass like white on rice. And so what I'm saying is, if I didn't teach that to my nieces and nephews, if I didn't teach that to the people around me coming up behind me, they would not be prepared to notice that for themselves. And you know what? People can say it's the older generations, it's y'all that are keeping racism going. Maybe to some extent, but I also have to be racially prepared. So then that means that I'm telling them, if you notice a store is doing that to you, you fucking stop shopping there. Don't give them your money. You walk out.
Right.
And I'm
And if I could say this real quick too, Black Dove, like no, it's not our job. Like I just think it's putting the weight of the world on your children's shoulders. Like we don't teach our children to change the world or fix the world. We teach our children to survive in the world.
Right.
Like that's really what it is, right? We teach them survival. Now, if they grow to be activists and then they change the world, yeah, more power to them. But most people aren't going to do that. Like we just want our children to survive. That's it. So we make sure that we instill them with the tools to survive.
And
that's exactly my, I knew how to survive. I knew how to I'm sorry. But I knew how to survive, which is exactly why I knew to drop that shit. And I'm grateful for it. Like I said, I was 10 years ahead of all those other white kids I was hanging out with. But like the only thing I'm saying is that like if a black woman was the manager of that store I was stealing from, she would have looked at all of us and be like a bunch of kids stealing. And the reason I can be so honest about this story is because, like I said, I was like 12 or 13. Kids are bad. We were all in there stealing. But for some reason, I was looked at as a grown woman and she was ready to like ruin my life. But the truth is that we were a bunch of kids stealing. Exactly. So like I'm grateful.
You answered your own question. You answered your own question. You gave the reason why we should be preparing our children.
That's
the reason you just told the story of absolutely why we should.
And I want to say, look, Black Dove.
Hold on, Black Dove. You got to give somebody else a chance to get in there too, girl.
Oh, okay.
First thing we need to teach our kids is birds of a feather flock together. So don't hang out with a bunch of thieving ass white kids.
So there you go.
You ain't none of them
there
taking
you go right there.
You. They'll stuff it all in your bag more than likely if they can.
A shout out to you, Auntie. Black Dove, I just want to say shout out to you for your story and for your perspective. But as Candy Cane and I, when we started out the show, we were talking about the Carmelo Anthony story, but we were talking about how we can kind of like relate it to real life. You know what I mean? For our children, grandchildren, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm saying all that to say this: what you were explaining to us and to social media about your story or whatnot, it's all a teaching lesson. You know what I'm saying? It's a teaching lesson. You know what I mean? And so hopefully people can take your story, take what we're talking about, and it's all a teaching lesson. I don't really look at things, and I don't really look at life as it pertains to me teaching my daughter teaching lessons. I don't really look at it as pressure. I don't really look at it as, that's nothing that I want to tell my daughter, blah, 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 because she's going to learn these life lessons whether I teach it or not. You see what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Because life has a way of whooping your ass.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Either you get my dad used to say, look, you take this ass whooping right here in the house.
Yes, sir.
Or you get an ass whipping out there in the world. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Either you take this ass whipping, you look, he used to say, son, my ass whipping you would rather take.
Yes, out of love.
And get that ass whipping.
That's a love.
Now, that's not pressure. As I look back on it now, that's reality, bro. You know what I mean? That is fucking reality. You know what I mean? In reality, life is hard. Life is tough. Life is not fair. And that's the reality of everything. You see what I'm saying?
Like Dove, you talk about the pressure, right? Because none of that pressure was put on you by your parents. That's a difference, though. He just spoke. Listen, somebody in the community was gonna hold you accountable, and the fact that you were me, I'll put me. I'm you at 12 and 13.
Yeah,
they looked at the same thing. Candy Cane described. They follow my light-skinned ass around like, are you stealing? One time somebody asked me, was I stealing? I hadn't even picked shit up yet. But there was a transition where when they started taking the black-owned businesses out of communities, they bought in these Asian communities, and we've been running up their bag.
I try to tell Coach Ferg.
Running up the Asians, and we running up their bag, right? But our grandparents started that shit. They just copycatted what grandmamas them did. However, right, when those things happen, especially people or happen to you, now you just, either make a decision to not shop there. There's plenty of other stores. And then call it out. Go to social media and call it out, like this store right here. You know what I'm saying? But don't just be hollering out that everything is racist. But that's what they do. They've been doing that to young black men since they let us off chains.
But at the same time, though, Ferg, hold on. When it comes to her, my bad, Tiff. No, but real quick, Ferg, her story, they wasn't wrong because she was really stealing stuff. She only dropped it. It wasn't wrong for being suspicious. She was actually stealing stuff, man.
Little
don't gotta call them racist because you got busted.
Auntie, little young thieving ass gonna talk about
She left a pile of shit on the floor they had to clean up.
Yes, I was stealing. But I was a kid. I was a child. The reason why they were racist.
You were a child thief. You was a baby
thief. Exactly.
You was a teenager. You was a teenager, Black Dog. You wasn't a child. Your ass knew exactly what you did that for.
No, I didn't know. I did not.
That's why you threw all that shit out, because you knew you was fucking up.
You didn't know you was going to steal, but you stealing. Come on, man, stop.
My bad.
You can't blame that you was a child on something that you knew that was right or wrong.
We were all stealing. That's my point.
Once you can make, I'm gonna tell you, you stop being a child once you realize what's right and what's wrong on your own.
No, because when you're a child, you make dumbass decisions, and like I said,
children don't have the mind to make their own decisions.
Exactly.
When you're a child, you're like,
that's my point.
It's a thing called when you grow out of childish ways, and when you grow out of childish ways, that means that you know what's right and what's wrong.
notice that she
We were
said like,
kids.
"Hey, we were all stealing." All of our parents have always said, "Well, if everybody else jump off a bridge, you gonna do it
you
too?"
jump off.
No,
Right.
you're not.
Exactly.
Okay, like
But my
for
thing is, like, I was
like
taught how to steal. We didn't have jobs, right? We were kids. I was
So
taught how
what?
to
We
steal.
didn't have jobs.
I was taught how to steal by a little white girl. It was a group of kids getting in trouble. Like
So
we
you
were
Why is
young
she
and
explaining
dumb.
herself about being a
But
thief?
Black
I
Dove,
mean,
we understand the point of what you're saying, like
right.
being taught to steal. It's just I think their whole point was that's where they're saying you're saying kids can't hold themselves accountable. They're saying you should have known better. You did know better, but you chose to do it anyway because everybody else was doing it.
Especially a black
because I was
child.
a
Y'all,
kid. I was a
Black
kid.
Dove,
I'm sure her parents gave her the jump off a bridge analogy.
Black
I'm
Dove,
sure they did.
Black
But
Dove.
like now
Wherever
when
y'all, hold up, Black Dove. Wherever y'all sat in y'all little clubhouse, little Becky and them had a little clubhouse. Y'all playing that whole robbery. What we talking about?
Yeah.
Randy,
yeah,
Little swindlers.
Black
They
Dove.
didn't just plan it. I'm pretty sure they got away with it before.
Yeah, little
Yes.
crooks.
Hey, look, and she when they asked her, she knew it was wrong, and
That's
then
why
she gonna
she
say, "Well, I
took
was a
everything out the
kid."
bag. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you guys are proving my point because why is the focus on whether I knew it was wrong instead of the
Because
focus
you're a little
being
nigga child, and little nigga
instead of
child
the
need to
focus
know
being
better.
on that it was a bunch of kids stealing. The only
Like,
reason why the focus is on whether I knew it was wrong is because I was a little black woman. Nobody brought up the fact that a little white girl taught me how to steal.
We are
Nobody brought up
agreeing
the
with
fact
you.
that
No. Hey, we're agreeing, but at the same time, like
Yeah,
the
we
sentiment
agreeing with you.
that well, I know the black father, but I think Candy Cane also agrees too that look, we don't hold our black children to the same benchmark as white kids because we
Exactly.
understand that their resources and their status in society entitles them to one thing above all over black kids, and that's extra chances. They're usually going to have that second, that third, that fourth, that fifth chance when our kids are lucky if they even get one chance.
Because they're
Hey,
white
We
children.
understand that.
look. Besides all that ain't even our business anyway. You one of us. We don't care. That's their business.
Mhm.
yeah, well,
That's their business.
I am
That's
grateful
I
that
was taught my A+ equals that white boy C.
I think I understand
Exactly.
Black Dove. Okay, let me see if I can give an analogy to make this all come together for Black Dove. Black Dove, you're saying, although you know some police are racist and will racially profile and will target black people and they'll do the pat you down, what stopping, what is it called?
Frisk. Stop and
Stop
frisk.
and frisk, they'll do all of this. Your idea is that while we have learned to teach our children that these things could occur and what to do in those situations, your idea is instead to go and burn down the police system that allows them to racially profile, correct?
yes, yes,
What I'm
burn it
saying
the
to you is that is a
that's
concept that is easier said than done because if it could
Exactly.
have been,
Thank you.
we would have been. So like I hear what you're saying, and in a perfect world where black people have the ability to actually do that, being that we're what 13 or less than the percent of
Yeah,
the population of this
13%.
country,
Yes.
it's a feat that is just not rooted in reality. So instead of us going and dismantling the system, which I understand what you're saying, the best thing that we can do, the more immediate thing that we can do, is to teach our children how to navigate within the system.
Yeah.
Correct.
And
I
respect
agree
the
with
fact that you are an American and be a part of the fucking system. Go be the fucking
Right.
police so you can help a black child. Go be the senator.
No.
Go be the judge. Go be the lawyer. Go be
And
the.
Well,
after Nightish, I want to give Tiff a chance because I hear her. I see you coming off mute and trying to get
go
in there.
ahead.
I don't know if your
I gotta
mic.
drop down. I gotta drop down. Y'all go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead, Tiff.
I'm
I
on mute. My bad.
apologize.
She been getting cut off though.
Yeah, I
I'm trying
apologize.
to. I apologize, Tiff. My bad. One thing I want to keep in mind, y'all. I know we're passionate about the conversation, but y'all got to give each other the chance to actually speak. I mean, like I don't want anybody to leave here feeling like they were unheard after hitting the panel. That just doesn't do anything good for any of us.
Yeah, I apologize,
Yes.
Tiff. I'm multitasking. I'm doing a whole nother thing in the back. I wasn't even looking at the screen. But I
Yeah,
apologize.
my bad too. Yeah, I ain't trying to
But
cut nobody
I
out.
can even tell Black Dove from the perspective of a father. These are arguments I used to have with my son's mother when he was in school. He would act a fool, in school, get in trouble, and she go up one time. She had the principal in tears, cussed the principal out, cussed the teachers out, cussed everybody out. Now I'm in here like, okay, just tell me what's going on, and I'll handle my son accordingly. When we get home. And hey, I gotta I'm getting cussed out. Whose side are you on and everything else? Look, I'm on our son's side. It's easier for me to correct my son's behavior than it is to correct the whole damn school system. But if you think
Did she
the school is that,
did she go up there in the moo in the
but I will
bonnet?
also say this: if you think this, no, not at all. But if you think the school is that bad, we can just remove him from the school and pick a new school. We can do that. She didn't want to do that. She just wanted to cuss the school out. And I'm like, that's counterproductive. It would take, like, he would have graduated. He'd been aged out. He'd be in his damn 20s by the time we change the whole school system. Our only thing we can correct is our children. Like that. That's what we're focused on as parents, not changing the system.
Takes longer, even if the system takes longer, we can correct it. Yes. And I agree. Like, okay, I get it now. Like, yes, I'm grateful that I knew better. But I still have some resentment for the fact, because, like I said, if that woman, the manager of that Walgreens, if she was a Black woman, she would have been like, get y'all little badasses out of here, because she would have seen us all as kids. But because it was a white woman, she saw the rest of them as kids, and she saw me as a grown-ass thief. I was like 12 or 13, and I don't like that type of shit.
Okay,
So, yeah,
Black Dove.
burn
You'll get over it.
You're talking about something that I was. Okay, so just in those 20 years, right, since that incident, where have you gone to the young Black girl and said, hey, they could accuse you of stealing? Have you put in that type of work? And you know what I'm saying? Have you stepped outside of yourself and said, hey, young Black people or whatever, they might say you were stealing. So where have you sort of sent from that incident? Because I don't know how old you are. Y'all motherfucker Avatar, Patton, 31. So
you like.
So the fact that
she old as fuck, Coach Ferg. She not young.
13 and 31. That's some years, right? So have you spent 20 years, sort of letting young Black girls know that they can be profiled like Black men have been profiled?
Oh yeah, absolutely. When I was in law school, like I was a part of it was like a Black mentorship pipeline program. And yeah, I let them know I keep it a buck. I keep it
a lot of young Black people from going to jail. Did you keep them out of jail?
I mean, I can't say all that. Like, I don't know what the fuck would have happened.
Guilty or innocent. Okay, you have more innocence than you did guilties.
I kept anybody out of jail. I can't say I kept anybody out of jail, but I'm.
You had guilties.
But I understand though too when I talk about that story, because finally she understood what I was saying. I'm like, look, our son cannot just raise hell with the school system because he doesn't get his way. Like even you as a Black woman, you can go in here, cuss out the principal and the teacher and raise hell and flip a few things over. And they probably just gonna say you having a bad day and let you walk out, maybe even cry. Our son does that. They're gonna pick him up, drop him, drag him out of here in cuffs.
Right.
That's the way it's going to be with him. They will always see him as a threat every which way. So he cannot. I can't handle things like you just did. I can't even, as a parent, I can't go to the school and handle it like that. They're gonna pull me out of here in cuffs. The principal will take a verbal ass kicking from you. They ain't gonna take it from me.
Yeah.
Because
you come up there in the moo in the bonnet, might be able to cuss out everybody. If I show up there, they're gonna say it's a crazy N-word in here. Let's go lock him up.
Yeah.
And you know what? When they say, "Oh, there's a crazy N-word in here," that's when a woman shows up and be like, "How dare you speak to that man like that?" That's our role. Like, no, we can't. We're not. We can't do all that tough body shit. But what we can do is cuss somebody out and also correct a motherfucker real quick.
That's
Lord
all.
Jesus.
That is not. That's
I'm
that's
gonna
not.
tell.
That's not
Wait 1
reality.
second, y'all. 1 second. One mic. I'm gonna tell my
Dog,
woman, do not get involved. You stay your ass away from all of
Nah,
this. Let me go ahead
and,
and
and
do this.
and and also before Black Moon goes, that's also the moral to the story. Believe it or not, whenever anything went down in that school, they didn't call his mother. They called me.
oh, the
They
devil.
called me because there is no resolution with her.
Yeah, you the voice of
There's
reason.
no resolution.
Because
They
guess
called me
what?
to handle it.
Yeah,
While you're
hey,
working,
Miss
And
Lady,
I've had to check the
hey, Miss
school
Lady,
before. I've had to
I do
check
want to
them.
say something real quick to you, Miss Lady. I do want to say, like, I understand that you're passionate and you have these feelings, but your feelings not gonna change reality unless you do something about it. So you can feel that it's wrong, but we have to do this with our children. We have to put this type of pressure. If you call it, I don't call it pressure. I call it letting them know about life,
Yeah, that's
real
life.
life. So you can feel how you want to, but your feelings not going to change anything unless you put action behind it.
I agree. And us going in there and cussing out that principal and reminding her who the fuck she's talking to and reminding that principal that you ain't talking to just anybody. My baby ain't just anybody. My baby has a mama and a daddy, and we will stand 10 toes down on our baby.
No,
That's doing
She was
something
That's
about
definitely
not
raised by
reality,
white
though.
folks.
that's doing something
Dove,
about
Black Dove,
Dove.
I don't know about that.
No,
I don't know about
I
that.
agree with her, but there's a way to go about it. Like there's a
No,
way to go about it because I
No,
understand
and
that
see, she was
no,
definitely
them
raised by
teachers,
white folks.
no, them
No, we
teachers
ain't
still
doing
have a
that.
job to do, and at the
I
same
have a
time, the
black
child
man.
has a
I was
job to
raised by
do
a
too,
white
and he's
man,
got
but I have a black woman.
responsibilities. So even if that school is not doing what they're supposed to do as educators, my child still has a certain code of conduct as far as how he or
exactly.
she's supposed to conduct themselves. You know,
And
Exactly.
see,
when they're outside of this damn house. So when
and
they
see,
Exactly.
violate, hey, when you violate my rules,
Exactly.
you got hell to pay.
yeah, but
That's the
here's the thing:
conversation that
in
I have with my kids. You
2026,
know,
these teachers are giving up their own money to buy pencils and papers and shit for their classmates. So if you're gonna disrespect me and I gotta buy your new books and your paper and your pencils and all that, it's a different thing going on right now.
Facts.
Yep. I bought my own supplies, and I was an art teacher.
So let me
So
ask you, Black Dove, why do you immediately assume that you have to cuss out the teachers and the principals and everything? Have you like my thing is when my niece was here, I didn't have to do all of that. I wrote letters and I went to talk to them and I sat in their face and it was me direct with them versus like I don't believe in coming in guns blazing if you don't have to. Now,
Yeah.
if you try going the route of the appropriate or the way that we're quote unquote supposed to, and you're ignored, then I can see coming in hot. But immediately coming in off the bat, I don't think that does any justice for your kids. And on top of that, is teaching your children. I don't think that's the best way to teach them how to go about handling things that are kind of with
Yeah.
outside of their control that they want to be able to control. I hope I'm saying that right. I
Yeah.
think it shows
I
like because the first thing is as a black woman coming in that office, we already got the angry black woman
There
stereotype
you
on
go.
our
Yep.
shoulders, and I don't want to walk in there and have emotions and anger be the thing that preceded me in the office before you actually are listening to what the fuck I got to say.
So, like, well, I get exactly what you're saying, and
and you're
the
gonna end
reason
up in cuffs more than likely if you come in there cussing
Like
like that.
they go treat the black woman just like they would the
nah,
black men.
I told you, nah, nah, the principal just start
Hold up.
crying, bro. Like it's
but they're
bad.
not
Hey,
Was it a
they
white
gonna hey,
principal?
you
Like I
gonna
done seen
look,
it too many times, bro.
they're not
Was it a
gonna
white
treat
you gonna leave out that you gonna leave out there in some handcuffs if you
a
go in
white
there
principal?
cussing and being
no.
too loud. Trust me.
And here's the thing, like the beauty about being a black woman is that like you
Oh,
don't have to
Jesus.
cuss them out and get ratchet and get like violent to get your point across. As a matter of
Yeah.
fact, you can put a bitch in her place without even using a single cuss word. That's the magic about us. When they look a grown ass black woman in the eyes, they know that this woman means business. And I think that the reason why we have to do that and the reason why I'm not afraid to do that is because it's one thing to look at and judge a black child, but it's one thing to stand face to face, shoulder to shoulder with a grown ass black person, whether it's a man or a woman. When you're
Listen.
standing face to face, eye to eye with a grown black person, they don't have the same power that they have over a child.
Okay, so Black Dove. Let's take the if Becky's in that damn office, she's calling the police on your black ass. See,
And you got
sister, she'll understand. But listen, I don't know. See, a lot of y'all no kid left behind educated. Y'all don't get it. Y'all wasn't bust. I went to school with all my teachers were black, right? And some people were slow, but they make their ass sit in a reading circle and they know how to read by the end of the school year. The teacher would call your mama and the mama would address you because she might see the teacher in the community. Once they let Becky start teaching y'all, that's when y'all got slower and fatter and lazy and all that bullshit. The medicated. This is just a time shift, right? So you can't come up in no white principal school with a white assistants at the secretariats. You know what? They gonna call the police soon as you start cut. As soon as you get 3 curse words in,
Hey,
security's
Ferg.
all up your neck.
But like I said,
Usually, school police is sitting in that office with their hand on their belt anyway, ready for
that's
Just
action.
true.
waiting on you.
That's
but
true.
you
Okay, ready for
Yeah,
action.
Like I
y'all.
said,
I,
you
I
Yeah.
just I just want to cut in real quick. I'm a former retired teacher, so I felt it appropriate that I should come up here. Auntie, I got flashbacks when you talked about how your child's mother comes into school and cussing and doing all that stuff. I had flashbacks. I taught at-risk kids, and unfortunately, a lot of them didn't have active fathers. So I was stuck with one parent, which is a crazy, belligerent mother. And what I found, particularly with this at-risk people, is that a lot of times these women were under pressure financially. They're working 2 jobs and this and that, and so it's not actually personal towards the teacher. A lot of it is I'm taking all I can take. The weight of the world is on my shoulders. I got these 3 kids. I'm living in a hotel. I'm from paycheck to paycheck, and what I don't need is one more problem. And
mm,
so I had to, and I started to have to really translate, and I had to adjust to that population. I think in a typical school, parents come in, they say, let me see the student handbook, give me the procedures, let me understand the rules. Which rule? Can you prove that my child broke that rule? They get very logical, they don't
Yeah,
get emotional. And, the emotional stuff, I had to realize that was like socioeconomic stress. So I just wanted
Right.
to
May.
share that.
Not May.
Yeah.
That just gave me flashbacks because that's exactly how I had to handle it. Show me the handbook, stuff like that. Another story. My son got caught in school pulling out a cell phone in the middle of class. Like not supposed to pull out a cell phone. So they confiscate his phone, send him home with no damn phone. You know.
Yeah.
Now I get home about 2 hours after he gets home from school. The next morning, his mother's like, "Hey, he's not answering his phone. What's going on?" So I go to him, I'm like, what happened? Like you're not answering your phone. What's going on? He's like, okay, they took
Uh-huh.
it from school. So I got to go to the school the next day. Now I don't cuss him out, but I got to let him know, don't you ever send my son home without that damn phone ever again. I get it. Y'all got rules. They can't pull him out and everything else. But at the same time, that my son is not to leave this school without his phone under any circumstances. That means you got to call me, hold him here until I get here. Then that's what you got to do. But do not send my son off these premises without that phone. And they
That's
understood
fair.
that.
That's
And
fair.
You
I
just
don't
Fair.
personally believe they should have been allowed to keep his phone anyway. Like,
I,
even if that
I
is in the
agree.
handbook, that's stupid. It's
No,
his
But
property.
hey,
If you
I,
take
I
it for the
agree.
day, give it back before he goes home. Why would you keep it overnight? That's
That
just
that would
dumb.
have been fine with me too, but under no circumstance because they sent him home without his phone. So I'm like, anything can happen between him leaving this school and when he gets home, and
Right.
I can't get
yeah,
in touch with my son, because he gets out at 3 and I get off work at 5. So in that small amount of time, I don't know what the hell is going to happen. And they understood where the hell I was coming from, and that's
Yeah.
how things are taken care of. But if I go in there and just start raising hell, cussing people out, making the principal cry, and all of that other stuff, I don't think there's any resolution.
No,
nah.
it's not. I'll be honest with y'all. People really do need to take responsibility for their kids. A lot of the people that come in and they're getting all emotional, they don't even know anything, and their child told them some version. Is usually a lie. Honestly,
Yes.
kids lie.
Yes.
And you have to come in there with a logical mind and have the child sit outside and you hear their version, and then have the child come in and tell their version in front of the teacher. It's a methodical way that you have to handle business, and you have to keep your child in a child's place, but let the child know that these are the rules. Adults will not violate you, they must respect you, and blah blah blah, and I'm gonna handle it. And
And
I had a lot of parents. I had this one particular mother, her son was just sorry. And the reason why he was sorry was because she had got a divorce and the father had just kind of moved on with another family. And she felt really, really bad and like a lot of guilt. And so she just decided he was a darling and anything he did was fine. And I was like, I can't deal with this mentality, you know. And I would call her and I say, hey, he's sleeping again. And that's why his grades are bad. Because then she called me, why doesn't he have an A? What's going on? And I would tell her it's his behavior. He's pulling out the phone. He's doing this. He's doing that. And she was like, I don't believe you. So I had to start literally taking my phone out, taking a photo, and sending it to her as a text message because she refused to believe that her darling was acting different than what she thought. And so I You had to think come up she with a really lot of didn't different believe it, methods. May? You think she really didn't believe it, or you think she was in denial and
He
overcompensating
was
for the
in
fact that they had
denial.
that divorce?
Denial and overcompensation. Absolutely.
And it's
Which
unique
is the
about
same thing. She didn't believe it. She didn't
yeah,
believe
but
it, or
see what
refused to believe it. Really, just like
listen,
Candy said, that's denial. It's
yeah,
refused.
and listen, y'all can't tell me y'all don't know y'all slow ass kids in school. Y'all can't tell me that. Y'all know what they gonna do, right? And again, I say it out of love, man. I love
I know
kids,
you
man.
do, but it's always funny when you say it. Go
But
ahead.
we know our kids, right? And again, a lot of it is when kids understand that the parents ain't together, they do attention seeking behaviors. They seeking attention, and the fact that he understood he could break the rules because again, you have to set that expectation. And this is just, I'm gonna say this because you know we're on the fact of young people, and we've seen how a young man in an instant his whole life was taken away. No telling what his future could have been. He already had a survival. It's like when you do something to save somebody's life, some of y'all wouldn't even give people mouth to mouth. And this boy done saved a life, and one incident, his life is taken. And when it comes to certain things, when it comes to anything your child is involved in, take the time and read that shit. Permission slip, student handbook, whatever they say. And matter of fact, you don't read it. You make your slow kid read it out loud so you can find out they got a reading deficiency and y'all need to take 30 minutes a day to teach them how to read. Because those are nuances of things. Even if you want to play sports, well, damn it, you got to be able to make sure your basketball stuff is together. You got to be able to make that. We gonna read even the rule book to learn how to play basketball. It's information stage, and and the ones that can and listen, kids gonna make dumb mistakes around other kids because you got your mom and daddy. I ain't got mine. You ain't got your daddy either. Me either. My daddy ain't shit. My daddy ain't shit either. Instead of allowing both of those dynamics to play a role. Listen, if the father ain't there, he don't want to be there. Y'all got some slow ass brothers. Y'all got some brothers don't do nothing. Hey man, come and get him on the weekend. Show him how to put some clothes on. You know what I'm saying? Show him how to do man stuff. Stand next to the toilet because every time he pee on the fucking toilet seat. This basic stuff that can transcend into being a man. I love my parents because my parents kept it real for me from day one. If I got in trouble in school, my daddy came to the school. And by the 7th grade, I ain't have no problems. Played sports, didn't have no problem. Believe it or not, I used to be handsome back in the day. I ain't had no problem with no girls my age. I ain't no problem. You know, it is what it is, man. I mean, we at
Hey,
a time where
that's that balance. That's that balance of the
kids,
mother and father in the life for
our
sure.
kids can be smarter than us. They got so much information ahead, and oh man, back in bad. Kids only listen. Y'all all look like y'all daddies and act just like y'all mamas. Now shut
Well,
up.
it's not about just having the mom and the dad in your life. It's about having a responsible, accountable mom and dad. Because
There
you
you
could
go.
have, one parent
Yes,
that's responsible and accountable and come up a
yes,
lot better than having two
yes,
dysfunctional ass parents, man.
yes. That's 100,000%.
Like for real, two dysfunctional parents will do a lot more damage than one
Yes,
functional parent would.
and we
Trust
see
me.
that, and we see
Yeah,
that because boys,
that's the case. I
one of the
wasn't just being in general. I was just saying, just in general, not directly. You know what I'm saying?
I know
and
what you're saying. It's just giving a little context. That's it.
but you see the dysfunction in young people's lack of motivation. That's what it is. You want to know how a person's family is. It's in the children. The children are unmotivated, so you can see it. but who's willing to, I mean, transcend from it?
And I know what Black, what was that, Black Dove that was up here earlier, and then as opposed to what Coach Ferg was saying, yeah, we make sure our kids have certain responsibilities at a younger age. It was a little bit more built into your generation, Ferg, the Gen Xers and everything. It's a little bit more
Sure.
built in, but just those responsibilities. Make sure that, like, I should never have to tell you to take the trash out. Make sure your laundry's done by a certain time. Show you how to do it one time, and boom, you should be able to have it on your own. Make sure your room is clean. Make sure your area is clean. Make sure your clothes are pressed for the entire week. All of those different things. And keeping them in sport, keeping them in some kind of extracurricular something, so that way they don't have time to get into trouble. As soon as you take those things away, you'd be amazed how much more trouble and how many other influences come from the outside on those children. That's when your kids start being taught by, whether it be white kids in the neighborhood or other kids in the neighborhood, how to steal and how to do other things. So that's why it's important to make sure that those things are there.
Oh shit!
Let me ask you
I
all a
made my
question.
kid. Oh my bad. Sorry.
In regards to the statement that's because I think this is what Tiff was trying to get to on the panel. Is grace something that's given to children only by the mothers, or do the fathers give grace too? Do
Everybody.
fathers see a need to give grace? I hear a lot of tough
We
love, tough love, tough love.
Can we-
Make sure they're
oh
prepared. Do y'all
okay.
give
So
grace?
my experience is that I'm tougher on my boys. I'm a little bit lenient with my girls, but not too lenient. But more lenient on my girls than my boys.
Candy Cane, listen, and my man, what's his name? What's your name, brother, with the cap on, man?
SBK.
SBK.
Okay, I think he can probably relate to it, right? And listen, fathers always give daughters grace. But when it's sons, that's why I love my father so much, right? Around the house, around the neighborhood, you get around the house, you take care of your responsibility, you get all the grace you need to do. When your ass is in school, in church, places of respect, you better respect that place. Don't let
Mm-hmm.
an old lady tell my father that I didn't say hi back to her. He's coming to
Yep.
me. Don't let him say, "Hey, boy, take out that trash. Trash day is tomorrow. I missed that shit."
Mm-hmm.
I got to deal with that. He may not listen. He may not. Like I said, by the 7th grade, my father never put his hands on me again. The time that he did, I was on some dumb shit, girl. But it wasn't all my fault because y'all was in school showing me y'all breasts and shit. It was too young for all that 7th grade. It was y'all fault. I was just acting out because of it. And I'm just speaking from being a young, light-skinned, ugly dude. But listen, it's always going to be grace. 2 or 3 times, if you still telling your kids something 5 and 6 times and they 14, 15, it's something you doing wrong. It's the communication that they don't have a relationship with you. But again,
Oh, shit.
but we know white people ain't gonna give y'all kids no grace. The first time they fuck up, they trying to send them down the river. And what you gonna do?
Shit.
Go in there
My
cry?
dad had the motherfucking look. He had that look. All you had to do was look at you, and you already knew what it was. It wasn't no talking.
I will say this here to Coach Ferg. Uh, I totally agree with you. Lou, you know what time it is, bro. I totally agree with you as well. I don't have. I can look at my daughter one time. If she's fucking up, I can look at her one time. And folks in the chat, I got folks in the chat that knows my daughter personally. I can look at my daughter one time or whatever, and she knows that she done fucked up. I ain't got to raise my voice. You know what I'm saying? I ain't got to do shit. You know what I mean? She knows, get on your business. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? If something's not legible, I like this shit here. You know what I mean? Oh, my bad, Dad. You know what I'm saying? So, you want to talk about tough love? That's tough love, because the thing about it is the world, like as I stated, the world is going to be tougher than me. You know what I mean? That's what we got to. Look, man. There is no do-overs, bro, in this world. There's no do-overs. You know what I mean? There's no place for second place in this world. You know what I mean? So I don't look at life as being, you know, whenever I'm talking to my daughter, I don't look at it as being hard or whatever. Man, it's reality with me, man. You know what I mean? It's almost life or death because in this day and age, in this day and age, are y'all, is this microphone listening? Is this microphone on? In this day and age, right, that we're living in today, you know what I mean? It's almost life or death. It's just about, it is life or death. I'm going to just go ahead and go on. You know, you have to present to your children reality. No fluff, no BS, no bullshit. You know what I mean?
That's what I
So
was going to ask you, brother. Do you say stuff like that to your kids? Do you tell them directly, like what you're saying now, that these folks will not give you a chance, that they will?
absolutely,
Okay, yeah,
absolutely,
yeah.
absolutely. And by the way, sister, salute to you as an educator. Salute to you because the things that you were saying, I can absolutely concur to. You know what I mean? Because you sound like my child's teachers and so forth and so on. You sound exactly like them. You know what I mean? You guys, you teachers and you educators, you know what I mean? Uh, God bless you, man. My hat salute to you, man.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Yeah,
You
I
too,
spent
brother.
almost, I
Oh,
spent almost 20 years. Yeah, I appreciate that.
and y'all are under, in my opinion, y'all are underpaid. Y'all are underappreciated. Uh,
Yes, we
uh, goddamn, man. Goddamn.
yes
You
we
know what I mean? That's all
Yeah,
I got
shout
to
out
say.
to
You know what I
teachers
mean?
for sure.
I will say this here. Yes, that's made. I present the information that I just said. I present it exactly the way that I just said it to my daughter. And you know, look, my job as a parent is not done. I don't give a damn. She just she graduated 2 weeks ago. It is not done at all. You know what I mean? Life doesn't stop at graduation. All right, you're going to be a parent. Look, it you never stop learning. You know what I mean? Even I'm still learning. You know what
That's
I
it
mean?
right there. Never stop.
Absolutely. I never stop learning. I ain't got this shit figured out. You know what I mean? So once you got figured out, then that means you're a damn fool. You know what I mean? So look, um, man, shout out to all of y'all, man. Man, shout out to all of y'all, all you educators out there, man, that's listening. You know, to the sound of our
Yeah,
voice, man. Shout out to y'all, man. You know what I mean? All of y'all that's working with our young people, man. It's easy to have an opinion or whatever, but you out there in the trenches, you out there in the trenches, bro. You know what I mean? These motherfuckers, excuse my French, man. These motherfuckers out here, man, talking all this shit or whatever about what we should do and what we are not doing, and you guys are out there doing it. You know what I mean?
100%.
Shout out to y'all, man. You know what I mean? Y'all, like I said, y'all are underpaid, y'all are underappreciated, and the light needs to shine on y'all. That's
Yeah,
all.
That's a fact.
I appreciate it. And I have to say something. As a teacher, it's not just you're part parent in a way because a lot of the stuff that parents do, enforcing standards and values and stuff like that, that's something that has to be reinforced at school. It's not just the kids sit down at the desk and that's the end of it. You just teach some stuff and walk away. There's an emotional investment with kids. At least it should be if you're a real teacher. You should care that they actually do well, and you should care about their family dynamics and that they're healthy and they come into school and they have a positive attitude, that their self-esteem is up. All of this has to do with teaching because a student can't learn if they don't have certain things in place. They just can't be successful. And so, one of the things I'll say this is y'all should look out for. If you have teachers, I would hope that they tell you how much they appreciate your child. I had to learn to disarm parents as a method, because a lot of parents would come in hot, they frustrated, they got all kind of stuff going on. And so the first thing that I would do as a teacher is to establish that I care. And I think that's really, really important that teachers do that. Let them know that you see their child as an individual, not everybody, not some stereotype, but
Mhm.
I'll just say like Tyrell.
Tyrell is really good at reading. He's reading above grade level and he's doing really good. And I want him to keep that up. And I want him to stay focused so he can be successful. But we have a couple of things we need to talk about. I want you as a parent to work with me so we can get him off his phone. Because I want him to have an A this semester. You see, that has a different ring. You see what I'm saying? Than
No,
I
just
like
no,
that approach,
no,
May. I
well,
do. I
no,
hear
but
it.
she also used the key word, which is like we. You got to establish that we're on the same side here. Um, and see if, because hey, in some cases, I'm not gonna lie, as a parent, sometimes you can get some pushback. Not every teacher is on your side. Shout out to you, May. I'm gonna give you your props too, for being one of the good teachers. But there are some teachers out here that don't like students. They don't like their job. They're overworked, underpaid. They know it, and they take it out on those kids. Every day. So sometimes that's not the case.
Well,
Um, I had to learn that too. And when you realize that a teacher is not necessarily on your child's side, you do have to make sure that you pick up the slack for that.
well,
absolutely. And that's why I'm sharing what I'm saying. If you're not hearing stuff like that coming from a teacher, you might have a problem. You got. And I would tell parents if you don't trust that I'm on your child's side, no disrespect, but I want you to put them in the class that you feel the most comfortable. And I just tell them I am a teacher who has structure, and every student in my class will succeed. I'm not going to allow students to sleep. I'm not going to allow them to fail because if they fail, I fail. And if you just really don't mind your son sleeping and you want him to just do whatever he want to do, I'm just the wrong teacher for your son. I'm sorry.
I
And
want to
most
say
of the parents, 95% of the time, they'll be like, no, 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 I want him in here. You know.
I want to say shout out to you, Miss May and Coach Ferg. Listening to y'all on the panel, if my child was in y'all's vicinity, I would want my child to listen to y'all because y'all are giving it raw and uncut. You know what I'm saying? And so that's what we need. We need parents to back y'all. You understand what I'm saying? We need parents to not. We talked about earlier today about feeling sorry for yourself and all this type of stuff or whatever. And what I'm gathering from y'all too, you know what I'm saying? That's what we need. They're asking for solutions. You guys are giving the real cold hard facts right now. You understand? But unfortunately, our people, our people, sometimes the cold hard facts does not resonate. You know what I
bro,
mean?
Well, if I could
brother.
jump in on you, SBK, one of the problems that I see is that a lot of the parents today, they aren't as
Mhm.
invested in their children's, like, for instance, they have devices that are the babysitters and devices that are pacifiers and devices that are keeping their kids quiet. And instead of them investing time in like after school curriculum, after school activities, making sure you keeping the learning going, they just allow them to, entertain themselves. Most children are not going to entertain themselves with anything educational. Most aren't. If you don't train them from young ages to do that, that's not going to be a part of the mechanisms that they use for entertainment. So I just
Yeah,
feel like we fail our kids in that way when we don't get them to do like my niece when we would do third. So when I figured out that she had dyslexia, it broke my heart first of all because I had spent so much time doing homework with her that like I thought she was playing. Like I thought because she's so intelligent, she's so smart. And then all of a sudden now you acting like you don't get this or you don't get that. And it was pissing me off. And she'd be laughing like I just couldn't get it. And then one day I don't even remember how the puzzle piece fell into play for me, but all of a sudden, boom, I woke up in the middle of the night. I said, I think that baby got dyslexia, and I cried. I remember getting emotional about it because then I felt guilty for like coming down on her so hard for what she did not know or what was not connecting. It was that if Johnny got 5 apples situation,
yeah.
right? And I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to. So once I figured it out, the first thing that I went and did was contacted all her teachers. And
But
so
then what you're saying, right? I don't think most moms, and I say moms because a lot of our children are raised by moms. Even most men, I'll say most single parents, right? I say black people, we have a hard time to get our children labeled, right? Because a lot of our children, a lot of us know our kids and we know that there may be some, but that harsh reality of you, my friend, knowing that my kid is struggling or has a handicap is hard to face.
Well, see, for me, once I figured it out, then I knew
Yes.
what to do. I went to the teachers to ask them, okay, I see that
Yeah.
she has this struggle. I understand there's a problem. What can I do on my end to help fix this?
But
Tell me, give me the homework to
but
do so that I can make sure she's equipped.
so there's a solution for single mothers and fathers who may not be the best educated person themselves. Just because your ass barely made it out of high school don't mean your kid can't graduate with honors, right? Because it's about the engagement and being an educator and not in a concerned adult about the loved one. You took it outside of yourself and went to
Hmm.
professionals, and what they do, because it gets misconstrued about how a kid may be struggling that way. When the white people diagnose your kid, they're gonna say your kid got ADHD. They ain't gonna say your kid got ADHD, because a child that's struggling and learning, like you just explained, may be in class fidgety, thinking about home, thinking about outside, mind all over the place. You was able to recognize it when you set them in a disciplined position, say, okay, recite what we're looking at, and they struggle. A lot of kids do that. It ain't that they can't. It's just that they're not really being put in a disciplined position by someone who's really caring about whether they're smarter than them a lot. A lot of people don't want their kids to be smarter than they are,
That's
because
sad.
they're but there's no way I wouldn't want my son, who's now 23, to be better than me at 25 than I was. With all of this new information, all of this, and I wasn't afraid to move in black communities across the country. That's where I'm going. I'm going to all y'all aunties clubs. Oh, show me where the big nose people at. That's where I'm at. But now it got to a point, once I became an adult, y'all seen New Jack City. It hit America at the same time. Now people are focusing on the issues that we bring to ourselves. And that, to me, that's one of our biggest, and I shut up about this because we everything about us is smart. Y'all figure shit out when half of y'all still don't read instructions. So what we talking about? Y'all niggas ain't read instructions to none of y'all. That's why, you know what I'm saying? Listen, if you don't read it, the kid is in a mindset of learning. Make they slow ass read all the instructions while you put it together. And if you got a teenage boy, guess what he gonna do? He gonna jump in. Mama, I got it. If you got a girl, she gonna learn how to write better, read better. Next thing you know, she writing and reading and shit. You like, damn, you smarter than me. But you got to be willing to step outside of your own guilt, your own bad decisions. Say, my future is here and this now,
It
because your
takes
kids can look at
investment.
you. Yeah.
Hey,
Investment.
my
That's
my
the biggest thing. Time investment, and you sacrificing to make sure that you're actually active. Like I remember trying to sitting down to teach her how to read. And then she told me, "Oh no, Auntie, you don't have to do that. They're gonna teach me how to read at school." I said, "What?" She said, "Yeah, my teacher's gonna teach me how to read." I said, "Who told you that?" I couldn't figure out which one of her parents convinced her that it was the school's job to teach her how to read.
Ooh, that's cringe.
I was flabbergasted. Flabber fucking gasted. I couldn't believe it. I was like, "No,
a lot
baby,
of
you're
the
gonna sit down
time,
with me."
a lot of the times the school is a babysitter though. A lot of times, I was a teacher at one time, so I experienced some of that too. And a lot of the parents was just dropping their kids off so they could go and work or do whatever they was doing, and it was like they didn't care, and it was like I cared more than they cared about what was going on. And
I
that it
also
was.
I'll tell you, y'all, real quick, of one of the things we have these literacy programs that are technology based that we do as drills in most schools now. It's a research based and data based program. They call it literacy, universal literacy programs. And one of the things I did with every time I'd have a parent, and it's nothing wrong like a behavior issue, it's just parent teacher conference. One of the things I would do is ask them to make sure they bring the student with them to the parent teacher conference. And I would always have a passage on grade level, and I would have the child read in front of their parent. And what I would do is just observe the parent's face. And I could tell from the way that the child was reading whether the parent was aware that that child, most of them, because I was at risk kids, whether or not they were even aware or had ever heard their child. I would see the cringe on their face, like, oh my God, oh shit. Because the child is stuttering and mispronouncing basic words. They don't flow, they're not articulate. And the parent would just be looking like, oh shit. And at that point, I would pull out the data and I would say, well, Jermaine or whatever, Tasha, she is reading at a fourth grade level. And of course, the kid is already in 11th grade. And so we have some new goals we need to set. And we're gonna be doing this program for homework and taking his literacy skills up. And I'm gonna have to send some supplemental work home. And a lot of times that would help the parent redirect their energy because they would be embarrassed that they don't tell me they never heard their child read, but I could see it on their face. It's very painful if you see an almost grown ass kid read like they in second grade. I'm just telling you.
But not
Listen,
me. I can also understand how that can happen, especially in this day and age, right? Because I remember when I was in school, the best instructors, most memorable ones I had, whether it was math, social studies, science, they were always able to apply whatever lesson it was to something in real life. So it was able to help me to understand it a lot more. But nowadays, the way children are so stuck on their phones and everything else, sometimes reading the English language is like learning a foreign language to them. They're not used to it because they don't have to do it in real life.
You know
Like
what? When I
literally things like reading is just like this is what, and I know Ferg knows this. May, you know it. SBK Candy Cane will know it, and 18th will probably know it too. I don't know what age range you're in, Black Moon, but at the same, like our generation was kind of taught that because we were taught that from the previous generation that look, you can't read, you can't write, you can't add, you can't communicate, you're going to be taken advantage of. You're never going to be able to get your point across. Like it's going to be really, really tough to be able to survive because that was something that they had to learn back then. So we were kind of brought up with those things. But these kids now, it's kind of like it's a crutch that they fall back on to operate these devices. They don't need it. They don't need
Right.
oh,
it.
They
I'm
can
an
do
'80s
voice
baby. I'm an
record,
'80s
voice
baby, bro.
translate. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
around your age.
Yeah. So
but
you
they
know
don't
what I'm
have.
saying.
I get it, right? Because again, the part of the language is numbers too. See,
Hmm.
because it's a difference between playing on the device than creating the device. It's a difference, but all of that is part of the whole project, right? You got to get the instructions, then you have to practice the instructions a few times. Some people get it once, some of us get it 2 or 3 times, but as long as it's made an option, I would say go with the foundation. So
But
by the
just
time
like
But
you
they,
my
said,
question is, how can a
read through it.
parent not have heard their child read? I still don't get that.
But not
I got
read the
I'm work,
but
I'm working.
Ferg is talking about read the instructions. These kids will pull up a YouTube video
I get
with the
that,
instructions now. They don't read the instructions
but that's
because they don't have to.
yes, but that's what I'm saying. The evolution of it ain't sitting in the chair, ain't reading it on the paper. It's
Yeah.
all
And,
part of it. The robotics part of it. I watched the video. Now can I listen? NT, I don't know if you built a go-kart, made one of those slingshot guns with there was no instructions. There was no YouTube videos. You just did it. I don't know if you
Yeah.
call
yeah,
it built.
I was
Now I
gonna
know what
say,
you're saying.
man.
That's
The
all I'm
greatest
saying.
the
Is that,
greatest teacher is experience. You know what I'm saying? You
yes.
have to physically do something to know how to do it.
And parents
So
didn't need teachers.
I
That shit.
yeah, I grew up outside. I wasn't in the house. I was always
Yeah.
outside. My dad always took me somewhere, always showed me how to do something, or my mom took me somewhere. We was always outside. So I got to see more than just inside my house. And these kids is just trapped in the house.
Bro.
Like
It
I'm
bugs
on grandbabies now. So my grandbabies are the lazy kids now for some reason.
bro.
But my kids
It'll
was
bug
always
you out
outside.
when you have a 15, a 16, a 17-year-old that comes to you and says, "Can you teach me how to sign my name?"
That's sad.
Like because they they've never had to sign anything before, so they don't have a signature. Ferg though, when we were younger as kids, man, we practiced signing the baseball, signing the basketball, like we was practicing our signature, so that way it was
All
unique
right,
because
so
that
what you
signature gonna
saying
be
is you
worth
can
something
still write in.
someday.
Before
So
y'all
what you
go
saying
further, I do
you
want
can
to
write
play
in
this
cursive,
video.
right? Oh my
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, they don't teach cursive anymore. Like it's bro, like bro, you see 16, 17-year-olds, right? It looks like chicken scratch, dude. Like chicken scratch, like a first grader trying to, with the little dotted lines and stuff. It's like, yo, are you serious? They about to give you a diploma? Like, I don't even think they give handwriting grades anymore.
I have a lot of memories from when I was a child. One that's always stuck out to me, though, was when I was about 10 years old, and I was in school, and I struggled. And I didn't struggle with English, math, or science. I struggled holding still. And I would try to listen and focus and process ideas, but I couldn't help myself. And to be honest, I would sit there and then I would just start tapping. And the students in the class would look at me and they'd say, "Hey, stop tapping." A lot of the time, I didn't even realize I was doing it. And then eventually even the teachers got after me and they would yell at me and they'd say, "Clint, you have to stop tapping." It got so bad that I got sent to the principal's office for tapping. And he said to me,
So just for the because I have to stop the video, I don't want to get any like copyright or anything. For the teachers who are here on the panel, did y'all have tapping kids?
Tapping. Shoot, I had ADHD, BAD, emotional behavior disorder, you name it, autism, all kind of stuff
Mm,
in one class.
wow.
"Okay, maybe when you go back to class, just try sitting on your hands." And so I did. I went back to class, and when I felt myself starting to tap, I did this. I sat on my hands. And that worked for about 5 seconds. One time I was tapping in class, and my teacher, Mr. Jensen, he looked at me and he yelled. And he said, "Clint, stay after class." And I thought to myself, this is it. I am done. Now, I've always been the type of person that believes that a single moment in time can change a person's life. And this was one of those moments for me. And I will never forget it. And so I was sitting there with Mr. Jensen and an empty classroom. And he walked past me and he sat next to his desk and he said, "Clint, come here. I want to talk to you." And as he looked me right in the eye, he said, "Now, I need you to know something. You're not in trouble. But I do have just one question that I have to ask you." And he asked, he said, "Have you ever thought about playing the drums?" And in that moment, Mr. Jensen, he leaned back and he opened the top drawer of his desk. And he reached in and he pulled out my very first pair of drumsticks. And he held them in his hands and he looked at me and he said, "Hey, Clint, you're not a problem. I think you're a drummer." From that moment on, I've never put those sticks down. I've toured, recorded, and played drums all over the world. My whole college education was paid for with drumsticks in my hand. Just because of a single moment in time when somebody believed in me. And he saw something in me that I didn't even see within myself. And from that moment, I learned that there's a difference between being the best in the world and being the best for the world.
I hate videos like this.
Nah, but believe it or not, I can remember being in school years back, and like I've literally heard that same exact story. Like I've seen it. A kid now. He didn't get his first set of drumsticks. He was already in the damn band, but he was always tapping on the desk, tapping on the desk, tapping on the desk. And the teacher just asked him, like, "Do you play the drums?"
Yeah, I
And
had
he's
something
like,
like that. Mine was different.
real quick. He's like, yeah, I play the drums. And she was like, "You know what?" She was like, "My dad does the same thing. He's a drummer and he's always tapping, you know." She wasn't pissed off. She wasn't annoyed. She just understood it because that's something that her dad always did. So that's common. But that shout out to that teacher to be able to recognize that before he even got his first set of drumsticks.
But Auntie, here's the problem with the video to me, right? Salute to the video, but it's still, right? In our communities, our kids are not given the drumsticks for the most part. They getting ADHD medication. They're not getting the the white teacher understood he has more sympathy for the white kids, so he gave him some drums instead of sending them to the office. And
Yeah.
and that's where the dynamic has to be more intentional with the parent to say, hey, what are the alternative measures that I can give my baby?
Hey,
That's
at
why
the
I
same
say,
time,
have
Fergo,
y'all kids off of
I'll agree with
swimming
you
and
to a degree. I'll agree with you to a degree because in a lot of cases, it depends on what school the kids go to. I just happened to go to a school back then that had the #1 band in the state. So if you go to one of those schools, you go to one of those schools, a lot of times they will put a set of drumsticks in that black kid's hand.
But Auntie,
but schools are different now. It's like 35 to 40 kids in one class. Like the teachers are like overwhelmed, different from those type of schools.
Not a lot of people are going into education anymore, but we're talking from an elementary standpoint when they start labeling the kids, right? That's where it starts. I don't know how many, I know the teacher sat in on an IEP before. They're not really saying, oh, there's alternative measures that we can give little nug. They're saying he has a behavior attention span problem.
You see, the first thing I did when when Candy asked that question, I started going through a whole list of diagnoses. That's how they're taught. That's how they train teachers. If a child is not typical, they probably need an IEP.
Yes. And can I say this, May? Let me say this. Because when they do that, May, you know that the parent has to sign the child up for the medication. Stop signing your kids up for that shit and say, hey, give me alternative measures outside of education. They gonna probably say, take his little 6-year-old ass swimming, teach your baby how to swim, and helps with ADHD. You can Google it, it'll help. And let him go play soccer for a summer or two. He might become the next Pele, but that gets the neurons firing off. And then when you get him home, give him a bath, not this ugly shower shit. Then sit down with him and read to him out loud. Make him read it out loud. Everybody read out loud in the house. A reading circle.
I was one of those kids, bro. I was one of those kids. But my problem was I couldn't sit still. Like if I sat down too long, my motherfucking legs would go to sleep, and I'd be restless, and I had to get up and walk around. So in the middle of class, I would get up and just walk around. My teacher be like, "Gotta sit down." Like I can't sit down and shit. And my mom.
That's funny that you say that, because what they built into the schools now is those kids who have those kind of things going on, they're very fidgety. It's automatic now for the most part. You tell them to take a walk. They can go with another adult and walk around the school. Walk off the nervousness or whatever.
And I wasn't nervous and nothing. I just couldn't sit still. And they took me to a doctor and tried to give me the medicine when I was a kid. This was back in the 80s. And they was trying to give me medicine. My mom like, nah, ain't nothing wrong with him. He just need to walk around and shit. Like he tired of sitting still.
He's just a kid.
I can't. Hey, bro. To this day, if I sit too long, I had the same problem. I can't sit too long. So I was one of those kids too. You know what I'm saying? I gotta be doing something all the time.
Kids, I think as a girl, it's a disparity. So like where you talk about like 6 years old, like it was a whole process. I got diagnosed with ADHD when I was like 15. I didn't get diagnosed until I was 15. And my mom never forced me on the medication, but she was open to trying it if I was open to trying it. And then when I didn't want to do it no more, she didn't force me to. But like for all of my school career, it was easily distracted, talkative, social butterfly. Because I was
on shit.
My grades weren't an issue because I was learning.
Nah. My mom told them to give me extra work to keep me busy. I would always finish my work and be sitting there.
Hold on.
Oh, my
Brownie
bad.
wasn't finished. Y'all gotta let her finish.
Brownie, I want to hear more about what you were doing at school.
What I was doing, I was just like I would be distracted. Like I would distract myself, and then I would be distracted around me. And a lot of my learning styles, because I do have ADHD, is like sometimes if you're looking at me and you're talking to me, I might be doing something, like I might be multitasking, and you might not think that I'm paying attention. Like I said, my test scores were great, so like as an adult, when I went to aesthetic school, my aesthetics instructor, she would be like, Ellie sit in the back of the class, and she looked like she ain't listening, but she knew I was listening because when she used to get them tests out, I used to be 90s and up. Like, so I'm not, even if I appear distracted, I'm not necessarily distracted. And I had to get comfortable in that. But they didn't, like, in school, they want you to sit down and focus on one thing. So that would bore me because I need to do something else. I need to have some type of interaction, some other type of stimulation to go along with that.
Yeah.
And and they didn't recognize that as like it wasn't looked at as like ADHD. It looked like they looked at it because I'm a girl. They looked at it as like, oh, she's a girl. She just talkative. She just being social. And like, no, bro, I was struggling with ADHD, but they didn't recognize it because girls don't have the typical symptoms that boys have when it comes to ADHD and having to physically move around and do physical things. Like, no, I needed more mental stimulation. I needed more like
So,
socialization. I needed more playing. I needed a more tactical things with more mental and social stimulation to go along with my learning. But I didn't get that.
Uh,
Yeah, and that's cool that you had a school that could diagnose it. Like especially when it comes to boys, like they might not have the issue with being distracted. A lot of times, I know I had the issue of causing a distraction. I might talk in class, a little bit extra and all of that stuff. But just like you said, great grades are up to par, A pluses. I'm finished early, everything else. So luckily, I went to a school that was smart enough to diagnose that and be like, look, we're gonna have to challenge him a
Oh
little
no,
bit
school
more. This is
didn't
this is
diagnose.
not this is not the class for him. And then next thing you know, a week later, I'm in all new classes that engage in more class discussions. The level of work is like it's just a lot more stuff that I got to do. There's a lot more stuff that I have to do, but a lot more stuff that kind of just makes me think. Like it was what they call like enrichment classes or something like that,
yep.
where you had to, yeah, they were designed to be challenging,
Yep.
and
I
stimulate
didn't
your
get
mind.
diagnosed at school. I got diagnosed because my mom was like, "You tripping at home? Like we need to take you to." And I had to go to the doctor, and I had to bring a form to school and have all my teachers like fill out this form. I had 8 different teachers, and I had to walk around and get all of 8 of them to fill out this form and survey and and their opinions on me and how my performance is. And then I had to take it back to the doctor. And then once I took it back to the doctor, then I was diagnosed. Like after like they all talked and communicated, then I was diagnosed with ADHD. So my school didn't even diagnose me. Like
I would have signed you up for gymnastics.
even if I was doing all of that, it's still like my brain.
Hey, Brownie,
how
that's
did
Coach
the how did
Ferg's
the
answer.
medicine?
Coach Ferg's answer to everything. Just put him in sports. Find
yeah,
a
Yeah,
sport.
no, it's, it's
Give him
it's it's a
a sport.
lot more complicated than that.
But
I'm
Ferg will
curious. So
answer that for
how
everything.
did the medicine affect you?
right.
How did okay? So it made everything slow for me, and that's a part of it. That's the part of
Yeah.
going on. I was also very like teeny as a teenager, so when I got on it, like I had it caused me to lose weight because it suppressed my appetite, and my doctor was pretty much like, if you lose 2 more pounds, I got to take you off the medication because you're gonna be too skinny.
Was your
And
doctor
then
Michael?
like how you feel when you take it, and it made me feel high, and I didn't like to feel like on drugs, so I didn't want to take it. As an adult, I enjoy that shit, and I understand its purpose, and I see its
Lord.
purpose. When I'm consistent with it, I don't get that high of feeling anymore. I just
Brownie,
feel
which one get you high? Which one puts you in a more relaxed state? That ooh wee or that medication?
actually the stimulants help me be calm, help me calm down more.
I get
The stimulants help because it don't make my heart rush. Like how people drink Red Bull and coffee and stuff, and they like, oh yeah, like that shit. I could take a Red Bull and go to sleep. Like because it don't affect your brain the same way when you got ADHD. It don't give you that same boost of energy. It levels you off to where like most people are like typically gonna be at.
Hey, Brown, you did a stream at work one day and you were
Hmm.
playing with Play-Doh. Is that got something to do with it?
Yeah, I like playing with Play-Doh. I like slime. That's why I like working in the beauty industry because that's something that interests me. That's something that like when new shit drop at work, I get dopamine rushes. I can go over there and play with a fucking perfume and get my little fix for the hour. And like so, it my job surrounds me with things that gives me those little rushes, those little enjoyment pleasures that I need to keep me going throughout the day.
That's why I don't like the one size fits all approach. Like I respect where Ferg is coming from. Like yo, put them in sports. Some kids are gonna need physical stimulation. Some are gonna need mental stimulation. Some are going to need intellectual stimulation. Like what Brownie says, I think it's more of a creative stimulation or sensory stimulation. Like you like the fragrances, you like the makeup and stuff like that. Some kids are just a little more art. Like they have to get those artistic juices flowing. Or like the video that Candy Cane just showed, the boy with the drums. Like the answer to that wasn't to just put him in sports. The answer was to give him a set of drumsticks. It's more of a creative or sensory stimulation. So different kids are going to need different things. They're going to have a knack for different things. So I think that's important, even from educators and teachers to be able to train them to recognize that. That's why I say a lot of these teachers, they don't really like their jobs because they're not even trained to recognize what they're dealing with kids. They have like a one size fits all graph, and they're like, okay, well, you're reading at a third grade level, you're reading at this. Nah, he's a kid, and he's not like most other kids, but he's still just a kid, you know.
Mhm.
And that's what they don't understand. I used to date a woman like that. She hated her damn students. She was a teacher. She hated her students. I used to tell her, like, I don't think you understand your students, nor are you trying to. They're different.
Yeah.
You're just looking at this level saying, oh, they're not up to par. They're not meeting this. They're not meeting that. Like you're literally handling them like you're a drill sergeant in the military.
And let me just put this on record. I wouldn't say put everybody in sports. I know, listen, what I'm saying is at least have enough awareness about your child to at least get them assessed. Get them a learning assessment. It may take 2 or 3 learning assessments because everybody has a different style. And I understand, I don't know, being a boy all my life, when we get an opportunity to create something with our own hands, it builds a sense of pride. And it can be something very simple if given that task. That's why I love wood shop in middle school. We got to create stuff. Even the girls, they stuff be better looking than the boys. But they gave them that sense of building. And again, a lot of it comes with peer engagement. That's why I like the reading circle, because we all would sit around in a circle and stutter that shit for 2 weeks in the third grade. By the end
You
of
know,
by spring break, we all reading at efficient levels. It's just basic stuff, and everything has to be age appropriate. That's all I'm saying. You want your child to be more engaged with the community and learning who they are through their surroundings. All I'm saying.
I agree with you, but I think one of the things that's really important for the teachers and the parents is to see the child as an individual, just like the boy with the drums. See him as an individual and figure out. But I'm gonna put that on the parent more than the teachers. I think
Yes.
teachers need to be trained better. Teachers definitely need to be trained better, and it shouldn't
Yeah.
be like which box are we gonna check off or what's wrong with you. It
I
needs to be
feel.
way more than that. But that is how teachers are currently trained. Unfortunately, it's just a couple of boxes to check off, and that's it. But what I was gonna say is that it's important, like what Brownie was just saying, is she had to learn who she is. And we have to have honest conversations with our kids and say, listen, you're not typical in this way. Typical is what most people do, but you don't do what most people do. And that's okay. And we have to make sure that they're comfortable with that. And we have to teach them how to deal with their difference. You know what I'm saying? Like she is realizing that she's a tactile person. She's stimulated by smell and senses and stuff like that. She's a sensory person. So she's embraced it. And that made her choose a lifestyle and a career that feeds it. So it can work with you. So it's not like what do you call it? It's not a curse. And I think so that we need to definitely have a positive attitude and help our kids or students to figure out how do we work with this? How do we improve this? Just like what Candy Kane's channel, I mean, that stream did. How do we turn this into a blessing? So we definitely can't have like negative attitudes and talk about stuff like calling it a disability. You know what I'm saying?
I, I want to say shout out to again shout out to Coach Ferg because actually the conversation that we're talking about right now, as far as medicating the children, we spoke of that beginning of the show, and because I spoke of my daughter being diagnosed with ADHD and so forth and so on, and I think a lot of it comes with accountability with the parent, just downright accountability of the parent. Parents these days are freaking lazy. They don't want to spend the time to look into avenues to give to let that kid get that energy out. You know what I mean? Now, Coach Ferg was talking about sports and so forth, but I think people missed his whole point. You know what I'm saying? It's you got to let a kid be a kid, bro. You know what I mean? You got to let a kid be a kid. You know what I mean? So I think a lot of times parents are just so damn lazy, these days that they don't want to assess their kid in the right situations. And so they lean on medication. You know what I'm saying? They lean on, the system just, you know. So shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to this panel, man.
Offense. No, I agree with it. Some of it is, just lack of, understanding, but a lot of it is fear too. It's a lot of it is out of fear. You know what I'm saying? Because one thing about black folk, we hate to be wrong, and we hate to feel like we're a failure.
Yep.
A lot of parents that are in those positions, but it's not being a failure. You can tell when you fail when your child is 42 and still begging from you. But in the learning process, there's never a play that you shouldn't be trying to run. And I think when it comes to medication, that should be one of the last things. But you should also read about it too. Let your kid read what they may be taking. And that's what I'm saying, because the information is there, and always seek other alternatives, because it used to be when black teachers taught our kids, when I was in school, before they bust me to the white kids, those people cared and would be able to understand, oh, I got a nephew act like him. And they would give you the remedy before they say, once they bust us and y'all was going to the white teacher class. See, it's a difference. But salute to everybody who understands who they are and are willing to address it. That takes courage. So salute to anybody in that capacity.
Absolutely.
I think sometimes also the parents are afraid to have their kids be diagnosed. It's like going along with what you said with the whole failure thing. It's like I don't want to admit something's wrong with my child, because then that puts the responsibility on me to fill in the blanks and fill in the gaps, and so they just let things happen. Sometimes I've seen people in like my age bracket have kids, and you could see that the kid obviously had some form of a spectrum. And then when you like casually kind of brought it up, they would shoot it down hard. Like, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. Ain't nothing wrong with my kid. So, I mean, what do you do in cases like that? That child is being failed because the parent is too afraid to deal with the issue.
Well, I'll tell you what to do. Well, first they have to understand that there's never anything wrong with your kid. Just because your kid is diagnosed with dyslexia or ADHD or or autism or some type of learning special need or something like that, where it's not common. There's never anything wrong with your kid.
I said
It's the
neurodivergence.
only, huh?
I said neurodivergence.
Yeah. I mean, all of those things. That's the problem. People think these diagnoses means there's something wrong or there's some kind of illness. And even when they call it like a learning disability, that's usually not the case, because even when you were talking about dyslexia earlier, usually, or even autism for that matter, even though the kid might not learn things a certain at the certain things at the same rate as other children, they usually excel at something else other than that. You know, I have a younger brother that's autistic, and yeah, he doesn't do most things like most kids. But when it comes to putting jigsaw puzzles together, 5,000 piece jigsaw puzzles together, he's done in 2 hours without even having to look at the damn picture. That's crazy. Like it's crazy when I see it. It still bugs me out to this day. You know, my mother's got
That's
murals and all this stuff is framed all over the place, and she even donated a bunch of them. And I'm like, they call that a learning disability. Most kids can't do this. I don't know any
that's
regular children that can do this. You
most
know?
adults.
Yeah,
And I know most of y'all seen Rain Man, right? The movie Rain
yeah.
Man. If you over 40, that's similar, right? And like you're saying, your child may be smarter in math than you, but you
Mhm.
have to be willing to put them to those tasks to see. Once you recognize, that's where it comes to me. Just knowing your child. Once you know your child, you don't have those problems. And again, it could be heartbreaking. You know what I'm saying? It's a lot of things on your plate, but the sooner, and I guess you do it. It only take, and I shut up. Give your child 90 days of dedication to that child. If you got two or three, give them their own little hour a day, but give them some time and then just ask questions, go through the reading manuals on YouTube list of identifiers, what to look for in your baby, and then move accordingly. So,
Mhm.
And when you say give them time, that doesn't, I just in case, just to solidify this, y'all probably already understood, but I just want to make sure to drive it home. That doesn't mean you say go read a book and you let that child go off by themselves to do it. You got to sit there with them. You got to, while they're dedicating that hour, you're there with them during that hour. You're participating with them. That's how you can ask questions to know if what they read actually was understood and comprehended, because now you already know the story, or you're reading the story with them and actively getting them to engage. Is one, like, I could tell any child go sit down and read and you'll never know if they're comprehending. You don't like, I'm just saying, you got to be invested. That's the point. It's not just a do as I say. You got to do it with them. Be the example.
And you have to understand where your child is at so you can pick up on where their deficiencies are. The certain things will come more naturally to them, even as a child with that's neurodivergent or that's not neurotypical. Like, so certain things will come easier to them, and you have to be able to see the things that they might need to work on, and be comfortable with challenging on them on that, which
Hmm.
might be harder than, exposing a typical child to that same scenario. And you have to be comfortable with going through that and exploring that, and it not being like, oh, like, you know you gotta go through the fire. It might suck. Like, if you got a kid and they autistic, you might have to go and take them out of their comfort zone, and they might make ass in the store, but you gotta help them get through that. You gotta help them get comfortable in that environment, and you can't hide them away from the world.
And that's going to
To
require the parent to get out of their comfort zone too.
Yeah, and also it helps, especially like I noticed that like dealing with parents and siblings, family members of other like autistic children. um that's an issue that a lot of them face because they don't know. So even when you can get with other parents, get those kids in groups and stuff like that, other parents and other families that have dealt with that stuff, they can tell you, nah, what your kid does is totally normal, and give you like suggestions and ways to deal with it. Even whether it's dyslexia or any of those different things. I'm sure Candy can kind of speak on that. Like if you can, talk to some other people, that are all going through it, y'all can help each other a lot.
mm-hmm.
I watched that with my mother because I can remember when the diagnosis came that my brother was autistic, and I heard it from all the other family members that they're crying, "Oh, I'm so sorry," and everything else, and like we're like, "Hey, like, what are y'all crying about?" Like that was actually a happy day because now we got an explanation for all of this stuff, and we can go somewhere from here. Because before we didn't understand why he doesn't just play with action figures, why he just spins them, you know. or why there's certain food that he doesn't eat, or why he just stacks up water bottles, 50, 60, 70 of them at a time in a perfect single file. Like, we didn't understand why. Now we got answers to that, so we can do things. And I can remember, we went through a lot of stuff just trying to figure things out. And then as the years went by, we got them in more programs. We got to talk to other parents that were going through things, and some of them were literally losing their minds, trying to figure it out. But it becomes a lot easier when they talk to other families that are going through things too, and they find out that, hey, there's nothing wrong with your kid, and there's nothing wrong with you. It's just you're gonna have to put a little more extra effort, in these places, this place, things like that.
Is your brother verbal or nonverbal?
He had a speech there. He's 20. He'll be 26 this year. So he had a speech therapist for about 15 years, probably a little longer than that now. So it's gotten better, but originally he was nonverbal. He didn't speak at all. But the communication is still a work in progress. So I guess we would still have to consider him nonverbal.
But does that mean like he can say certain words like hi, bye, hello? Is he like
Correct.
along those? Okay, got it. I got a
Yeah.
nephew like that. That's why I asked you that.
Yeah. I mean, he could he's not gonna have just a full on conversation with you. I think that's more because he just really doesn't want to. But
Okay, there's
but
needs.
but he can understand everything you say to him, like everything. You don't have to speak slowly or anything like that. But yeah, he'll tell you what he wants. He'll tell you what he's doing. He'll make sure he greets you. He doesn't forget names. Any of that stuff. So I guess, yeah, he would be considered non, because if a stranger comes up and tries to talk to him, it's gonna be pretty tough.
That makes sense. He can communicate his needs,
Mhm.
the
Yeah,
information he needs to communicate, but he ain't about to be having no conversation with you.
correct. That's but like I noticed that when he was younger, that I could just remember, even like, I think my brother might have been about almost 10 years old before he said mommy, before he referred to my mother as mommy, and she cried real tears that day, like real tears, you know.
I can imagine, especially if she thought he was never gonna really be able to
Yeah,
speak, and then you hear that first word. I can imagine.
but yeah, but that's like what, 4 days we had a speech therapist come to the house 4 days every week for probably about, yeah, for about 16 years.
So now I want to switch gears a bit. Going to, is it Rogishan? I hope I didn't mess your name up. Rogishan wants to know, how do we keep kids engaged? How do we keep them interested in learning when they have AI, and AI basically can wipe out, like, allows them to get the answer in seconds without having to use their brains, basically? How do you keep your kids engaged enough to want to continue with their learning and not just rely on technology to do it for them?
I will answer real quick. In order for your kids to be engaged, the parents need to be engaged. AI should only be a tool, um, but unfortunately, AI today, there's AI music, there's AI conversations, AI makes these preachers sermons, AI makes content. You know what I mean? So um, AI should be a tool, but it's a lazy way of folks to have things done for them. You know what I mean? So to answer that question, parents need to be engaged, and they need to work hard into uh, trying to admonish your children to engage. Find ways to have your kids engaged. You know what I mean? Don't rely on technology. You know what I mean? Some of the old fashioned ways that our parents, reared us, some of those ways still work today. You know what I
Like a
mean?
reward system.
There you
Like I
Go
was,
go.
out, go outside. Look, go outside and spend some time with your kids and talk to them. Get to know them. They people too. They not just kids. They maybe humans. You know, they think and feel. So don't treat them like a kid. Treat them like they're a person and spend time with them, and you will find out whatever wrong with them or what you need to know. Because they'll tell you. Because kids don't hold back. They'll tell you whatever you ask them.
I think if I was in a position where I was competing with technology, like the kid would rely on AI versus trying to do the lesson themselves, I would have to take the device away. Like we're gonna have, I don't know, an hour or two of just no devices, sit it down, and then make them go through the process with you. I mean, again, I did say add in maybe a reward system with it. Like, I don't know if you can make it part of their allowance, but I mean, I just feel like you got to find a way to inspire that child. I wouldn't let them succumb to using AI as their brain. I think that's dangerous and it's going to make us extremely lazy.
I think to a certain point, it's about exposure. You don't have, especially like with younger children, you don't have to expose them to AI. Like, you don't have to make that at something that's available for them to just reach to. And you have to make that like the number one example. Like, you can't be over here, hey Alexa, Google. Like, you gotta, you gotta be the person to lead in that way. But then you also can't give kids access. They don't need access to AI anyways.
Wait a
But you
minute.
know what?
Don't y'all
Go
think
ahead.
AI? Oh, my fault.
No, go ahead, DJ. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say, don't y'all think AI is gonna be like a new standard, just like how a lot of our parents didn't learn about computers growing up, but we had to learn about computers because that's the new standard. A lot of
Which
older people still don't know to use computer. You know what I'm saying? So I think it might be like a new standard. You know what I mean? Because AI, sure, AI is replacing a lot of things, but AI is a tool for a lot of people in a lot of industries too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
I
think
mean
using it as an
that's
education.
what I would say. Yeah, it's a tool. So no matter what, when you talking about, because I guess Rogish question was about just education. I think we need to be able to know how our kids need to apply whatever it is that we want them to learn to real life. If they don't think they're ever going to need what you're trying to teach them, they're probably not going to take it very seriously. So I
I
can remember that when I was, studying math or science or anything like that. If an instructor couldn't explain to me how this is going to somehow apply in real life to me where I might actually need this, I really wasn't going to care much. And I don't think children have really changed much when it comes to that.
I get. I mean, I guess what I'm looking at from what Rogish's question was is when, like, say for instance, I don't even know if kids still have homework today, but if they come home with homework and it's a bunch of math problems, if they decide instead of sitting down to actually work out the math problems, I'm just gonna plug this into Google or I'm just gonna plug this into Chat GPT or whatever to get the answers, then how is that going to help your kid? Like I get that it's a tool, but it's the difference between using it as a tool versus using it as your brain.
I don't think
You
they'll
got
well, I hope they don't. I don't think they'll remove basic math skills because a lot of these basic skills like math and reading is still the foundation for AI and every other tool. Like you still, you know what I'm saying? You still got to have a base level of knowing something, you know what I'm saying? Even when they just started introducing computers and calculators. I remember when we couldn't use calculators in the school, but
hmm
even though they introduced calculators in school, they still made us show how we got the answer and shit. So I don't think I hope they don't take away like the fundamentals because without the fundamentals, you can't even use all of these advanced shit. You know what I mean?
The reason I brought that up is because I forget, was it here or was I talking to someone? Basically, I was talking to somebody and they were telling me that their son, I think, who's very young, like early 20s, just got a job, a high paying job. And the
Mm,
reason that they were pulled in for an interview, they were told by I guess the HR person, is that they could tell that their resume was actually hand done. They
mm.
said they have so many resumes that are done by AI, and these people aren't even smart enough to tell that they can tell it's AI. They don't even proofread it, go through it. They type into the system and have AI create a resume and never even go in and do the background work themselves to make sure it's actually up to par. And
Yeah,
I was
that's
thinking like
interesting.
things like that. I don't know, man. I
I
don't know.
mean,
I
it's
use
gonna be
it.
hard to get away with stuff like that because I could take somebody' resume, put that in Chat GPT, and let Chat GPT tell me if a AI did this resume. Like even pictures, you could take pictures and put in Chat GPT, and it'll tell you if it was an AI generated picture or modified picture. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
they use AI to proofread people's shit and check for plagiarism too. You know what I mean?
Mhm. I'm not against it, by the way. I'm not against AI. I use it as a tool myself at work and in my personal life, but I just I don't know. I worry about the kid. The kids are so I don't know.
I I'd
We'll
say
see.
that a part of learning and going through those processes is because it teaches you how to think. Solving math problems teaches you how to think in an orderly function, to critically think outside of math, right? So
Hmm.
everything that you learn in school isn't just learned and taught to you for the basic reason of knowing one plus one is two and knowing that George Washington was the first president of the United States. It goes beyond that and it goes into how you think. And when you go into that and you use AI where people are literally becoming illiterate, it's going to be a line between who has proper literacy and who doesn't, and that's going to be a hierarchy. So you don't want to give your kids the disadvantage because regardless of not, in '94 when iPads and all that shit dropped, not '94 but like in 2000 whatever when iPads and all that stuff dropped, Steve
Hmm.
Jobs wasn't giving that shit to his kid. Why? Why wasn't he giving that shit to his kid? But then he was putting it in all the elementary schools for the masses. The person that created it said, "Nah, this is not for kids. Kids shouldn't have this. It's bad for their brain." But then we, as common people, have to go into these tropes, and it takes stuff away from us. So,
Hmm.
is it adding to you? Is it adding to society? Is it adding to the thoughtfulness and the way that you think and the way that you comprehend and digest things if you just get that answer automatically and you don't have to go through certain processes to critically think about what you're taking in? That's going to be something that's lost in the future.
Yeah.
Them was bars right there, though.
You know,
Hey, on that note, I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna let y'all enjoy. I'm gonna just go back into the chat. I appreciate y'all for letting me up, and it was a great conversation.
I'm glad you came. Thank you, Lou.
Oh yeah, all the time. Respect to
Salute,
y'all. I already know.
salute,
All right,
salute to you.
Salute,
SBK.
salute.
Salute to you, bro.
I'll holler at you in a
But,
few, bro. You already know what it is.
but, but
Already.
yeah, I like what Brownie said because that's the purpose of learning these things, not just so you know like what like how to solve a problem or you learn history or science or whatever. But when something isn't right and it doesn't make sense, like math, for example, like it's one thing to know one plus one equals two. But then when you see something that literally is trying to tell you that one plus one equals four, you just know it doesn't make sense. Like it doesn't make sense. And that can be applied in so many facets of life. You know?
Tell Terrence Howard that.
Well,
Well,
What's up, Tequila?
I mean
hi
that's why
everyone.
I always
Hey,
look for like
Tequila.
I can remember kid what's up tequila. I can remember
Um,
kids used to hate the word problems, in math. That was always my favorite part was
that
the
was the
word
easy.
problem.
I
It
could
was the easiest part, but it was my favorite part because it helped me to make sense of what I was learning. Just seeing numbers and symbols on the page. Granted, I could solve it because I was good with numbers, but it didn't
Yeah, I ain't
necessarily
gonna
make
hold you.
sense.
Them word problems actually made you put math into like real life use and shit. You know what I mean?
Exactly. That's why I liked it. It actually made it make sense and made me want to learn more about this because it would show me how to apply this stuff in life. Like I'm actually going to need this. So it made me want to learn it. But I would see most kids couldn't stand the word problem. They would hate that part.
Nina,
I
you got a
caught the
question?
um, well, I just would like to chime in right quick and I'll probably drop back down. But
Okay.
I just want to speak from a mom standpoint with school age kids. Well, my oldest, she'll be going into her senior year of high school. And my baby girl, she's going into 8th grade next school year. So, what I'll say is how what I've noticed what their schools are doing as far as AI. Yes, they do use computers pretty much in school all day long, but they still have to show actually how they got their answers
Mm.
when it comes to math. And I'll even go into English as well too, and
Okay.
other things. They really still have to show their work. So they actually have to show their notes. That's a part of the grade. They get homework. My kids get lots of homework. They get homework. And you have to explain it. You can't just give an answer. You actually have to work out the problem, because if you just give the answer, you don't get the point.
Right.
They also, as far as like, if the teachers can tell that you've used AI, you automatically get a 0 on the grade. So what I can say is, yes, they're teaching the kids how to use it, but it is more of a tool. That's how it's is being done at the schools that my kids go to. It's more of a tool than it is a hindrance.
Mm.
But I do think, what I will say is, I do think it's because myself and my family, we pour into my girls. We like to teach them. They're the only. It's not many kids who can even write in cursive, but my girls can, and that's a sad thing to say, because they stopped teaching handwriting in school at a certain point. But what I'm saying is, yeah, as parents, you have to pour into your kids outside of school,
Mm.
and but I don't think, I mean, that what I'm trying to say is that there's clear lines where you can see that if a person used AI or if they actually did the work. The teachers
Right.
can tell.
Like right now, my girl is in school for cybersecurity, right? And she be showing me like when they submitting their work, she could tell which one of her classmates is using AI, and the teachers could tell too, and they don't give them the point. As a matter of fact, you could use Chat GPT to look up your answers if it's like multiple choice. But if it's something that you gotta explain word for word, they're gonna know that you use AI because they literally run the shit through Chat GPT to proofread it to tell if you cheating
Yep.
and shit like that.
Yep. They have lots of systems where they run it through different things. Like he said, Chat GPT, and it'll tell you, yeah, this person used AI.
It's three of them. It's ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude.
Hmm.
Um, but I want to say something to what I heard Brownie say. That's why we here. We got to teach them that human element. We got to, sit down with them for a couple of minutes and teach them how to do cursive and all this other stuff. Because in a minute, you're not gonna need none of that. The computers will be running everything. It will literally
Right.
be the Terminator.
Like, what was the point in us knowing cursive in the first place? I mean, it's probably some sort of motor skill shit, but
I mean,
what
but
did we need it for?
there is still times where you do have to sign your signature till this day, and I do think it's kind of sad that most children don't know how to. Not even just children, some young
Yeah,
adults,
adults
people in
don't
their
know how to.
Well,
twenties.
but I can also explain why. Like, believe it or not, all cursive helped with not just writing, but also reading comprehension
Yeah.
and speaking too. You know,
Mm-hmm.
because it allows you to free flow your words. Like, and just like you said, it's kind of like a motor skill. But notice those people that were
18th
skilled
mute.
with
Somebody
cursive,
gotta
18, you
breathe.
yeah,
breathing heavy, put down the
yeah.
Diddy oil and
Nah,
start breathing.
those people that were able to write in cursive are usually are usually better speakers,
Right.
than anything else. Because it's just subconsciously, you're learning how to comprehend,
They
and
used to
Mm-hmm.
also,
they used
You
to
See,
learn
call
how to
that
slow down.
cognitive. Yeah, they used
yeah,
to
By
call
what you
that
say.
I'm sorry, how
cognitive.
to articulate. I'm sorry,
And
not comprehend.
what I would also add to that, as far as like if one of my girls have to do a paper, yes, they have to complete it, like they have to type it up, but they
mm,
also have to write it, and the teacher has
Yeah,
to read it
Yeah.
first. They
yeah.
actually have to write it out.
They used
So
to
they
call that.
have ways around it where they're still trying to keep in the old. It's like they're trying to fuse it all together.
Yeah, they used to call that cognitive skills. They like if you had a speech or something, they would
Mm.
tell you to write it out and read
Hmm?
it. It helps you with your memory.
It helps
Yeah,
retain.
writing
Hey,
stuff down do help
and
you remember it while you're writing.
but I
That's
wanted to say one thing, y'all. Oh, my bad, DJ. Go ahead.
no, you good. I was just saying that's how I used to cram for tests, like just write down questions and write the answers. So by the time I go into test, I actually remember it because I wrote it down and shit.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, and
Cognitive skills.
if you guys notice, this is why it's getting scary out here because really with the computers and AI and everything, it's preparing for. It's going to be unfortunately, it's going to be a dumber generation that's going to be success. That's going to be susceptible to misinformation, and that's exactly what's being prepared for right now. If you notice, even with a lot of the people today, it's almost like they're living in an arrested development where people that are
Excuse
at age where they should be more advanced
Mm.
still have childlike minds to a degree.
Tequila, your
And
camera is on.
Yeah, your camera's on, Tequila.
well, let's-
because,
that's okay.
are you okay,
Thank you
Tequila?
guys.
You all
Yeah,
right?
I started
Okay.
coughing.
But check
And,
this
and,
out.
and
He,
listen, they gave us a
I wasn't even
precursor to
looking. My
this,
bad,
and the
Tequila.
movie was called Idiocracy.
Yeah.
correct.
Idiocracy was the movie where you didn't have to think no more.
Hey, and it came true, but at the same time, it's statistics. Like studies already show, the current generation. This is the first time in over the course of documented history where statistics show that this generation is dumber than the previous generation. Like
Hey,
this is the
can,
first time.
hey,
Like
T,
when
let
you
me
can
let
go
me
back
add something to what you
like
were
a
saying.
couple of thousand years.
Mm.
And I would tell people when we have this argument with hip hop, right, Auntie, because you from New York. I would tell people, right, when you look at the generations that we came up, because we're around the same age, when you think about the albums Nas dropped, when you think about what Tupac dropped, what Jay Z dropped, I tell people all the time, these kids, they sounded like advanced and grown, and they was 19, 20, 21 years old. And some of them didn't even have a high school education.
But that's
They was
because
dropping
they
like,
come from the older generation. They understood hip hop originally came from New York, and that was all in five percenters and intellectuals. So you had to have a style and a flow and some intelligence to your rap. You can just come out and just say any old goofy thing.
right.
Well, yeah,
And
you need a talent, but it's I mean it's an industry now, so let's keep it real. That's
yeah,
like
you're right. You're
how.
right about that. You're right.
But
So,
we but
but
we in it right now. We in the times of instant gratification. That's why you notice this. People don't really look at long forms of streaming or whatever else unless it's
Hell no.
Yeah.
if it's humiliation rituals.
Well, yeah.
What they do love though, they love shorts.
mhm,
The
yeah.
TikTok shorts, the YouTube shorts. If you can give it to them in 1 minute and make them laugh, then you done came up.
Well,
Well,
they
look at
say
the movies today.
your average person's
That's the same
attention
like
span
tutorial. Like if
is
I'm looking
inside
up a
of 12
tutorial,
minutes.
I'll filter it out to the shortest one, right?
Hmm.
So I could get directly to the information. But when it comes to entertainment, people binge watch series in one day. So I
Yeah,
think people could digest long form entertainment,
yeah.
but information, people want that shit right away, like the direct to the point information.
I
And if
I
because when you
hate commercials. When
Well,
I
no,
watch
well, okay.
Mobland with the dude that played what's his name? The dude that played Bane and Pierce
Tom Hardy,
Brosnan and Helen
Tom
Me
Hardy,
Tom Hardy and Pierce Brosnan. I didn't want to see that with no commercials. I'd have never finished that series. I binge
Night is
watched that.
no more than ever. People pay premium for no commercial on almost everything. Everybody hates
hmm
commercial.
yeah.
Because you get drowned in commercials and you get
So
exploited by
Well,
commercials.
let me say
yeah,
Mhm.
this real quick,
and
y'all.
not
Let me
only
say
that,
this real
commercials
quick.
are targeted too. But yeah,
Advertisement. It's for advertisement. But let me just, and if you notice, like everything, even when we have conversations about gender and everything else, society is gearing people towards, like Nigel said earlier, it's the society we live in today is anti-family,
Mm.
anti-structural family. We're living in society today that's anti critical thinkers. And what's going to happen is not only are the newer generations going to be dumb, but people, when people accept certain things that they believe in, they tend to fight for that. And what you're going to see is people going to be misled by misinformation that they're going to believe with their whole heart, and they're going to and people are going to be fighting in the years to come, and it's going to be people that's going to be gravitating towards the wrong things, and they're not even going to be able to critically think to understand that you
Hey,
might
I
be.
like the way you're explaining that as if it's like a future tense or something like that.
Because it's now. It's now.
That's
It's
what I'm about to
now.
say. That's already the
That's
case.
already
Because
here.
no. I get what y'all saying. I'm just wondering if it's going to be even worse.
Wait.
Like
18th letter.
You think it's going to get better?
It's going to get 18th letter. This is what's about to happen. We are literally about to be the batteries like in the damn Matrix. They're going to plug something into us. We're going to sit in some kind of barber chair and they're just going to use us as batteries.
And I think a lot of people too, let me just add this part. A lot of people too are, because you have a lot of people now that's depressed because people are going against their nature of being with somebody, having a family, having companionship. So you're going to have a lot of people you don't know when people are going to snap, because a lot of people going to be depressed. A lot of people going to be miserable. And I know that's happening now, but what I'm saying is
I disagree. Listen, I always talk about that TV show Yellowstone. These people have 100-year plans. They anticipated this. They planned for this to go this way.
Ooh, that's a fact.
But he is right about that, and it's not just because of people's inability to socialize. I guess it kind of is, but because you have everything at your fingertips at that smartphone, you really don't have to deal with anything that you don't want to deal with or anything that makes you feel uncomfortable. If you don't like what's being said on one channel or one person's page or whatever, you can go to another one. You can find something else that's on television. You can find another group of people that will just agree with you. No matter what, you don't have to, you really don't have to be in any place that's uncomfortable or deal with things that are uncomfortable for you. So now what you have is a lot of people that believe that they can manipulate the world around them. So then when reality sets in, people are going to be extremely depressed.
But see, Auntie, remember a couple years ago, they were talking about the metaverse, right? They said it failed. Nobody went. We in it right now. This is the metaverse.
I'm just saying reality is going to, why wouldn't people be depressed if they've never had to deal with actual reality?
That's a thought.
I'm just saying, if you don't,
and I hate to sound pessimistic, because I'm not trying to sound, it just, I'm paying attention to the patterns of what I'm seeing. And a lot of the times it's not like, and the funny thing is about people that critically think, if it's not to what people, if people don't have an open mind to think about what you're saying, they all turn against you. They turn against what you're saying, and you can be viewed as problematic. You can be like, no, y'all don't see what's going on right here. They'll be like, no, you just saying some bullshit.
Like,
you just be like, all right.
We used to have to adapt to the world around us in order to fit in. Now people can, they can build the world around them,
But they not.
you don't have to deal with anything that makes you uncomfortable at all.
But they're not doing that. That's critical thinking. What they're doing is they going along. So social media is telling you how to think. Social media is telling you how to dress. Social media is telling you to not go outside. They telling you need to have a robot deliver your food. You don't have to walk outside of your house. Yeah, you're gonna have them peanut allergies, big thumbs, and fall in love with anime and be socially awkward because you never had to talk to nobody personally.
Big thumbs.
And
Wait a minute.
let me add this real quick. And a lot of people, like a lot of people, we're being trained to just be nothing but worker bees. It's going to be a bunch of worker bees in the future that don't really own anything. The cost of living is extremely high, and people are individualistic that don't communicate with each other. No families, no nothing. And you're gonna have people, and it's geared towards making the rich more richer, and they've been implemented all along, and a lot of people have been going along with it, thinking that they coming up based off some individual success, and then at the end it's going to be horrible for the collective. It's all they didn't already convinced us that having a family and traditional roles are not what's up. Like we say, we living in today's society, when today's society really ain't much different. Like as far as the 80s and the 90s, the same recipes still work. but you've been convinced that this recipe today don't work no more, that it's nasty. So this is the new recipe, and people have constantly gone along with it. And a lot of people, they can't articulate how they feeling. They can't articulate their thoughts, anything like that, until one day all of it just build up and they just snap and spaz out on people.
No,
Well, also,
they are articulating themselves, just don't nobody care.
but not also just like what May was saying earlier. Then this goes back to even teaching children. Like you need to teach children as individuals, rather than as a group. But people have confused social media personas for individuality. You know, so even though you think that you're an individual, you're really just kind of going with the algorithm, and that's all by design. That's by design. That algorithm is set up to sell you products, to keep you engaged, and all of that stuff, and pretty much just feed off of all of the information that you feeding it. That's the way it is. So yeah, you're dealing with a lot of folks that are programmed, 18, and
That's exactly what it is. Closing words since you ended the show. Great show today, Candy Cane. Good work.
Appreciate you, Nightish. I thank each and every one of y'all who came and hit the panel. For all the people who are no longer here, I appreciate you too. Like, I love it when we can have these talks. I really do. Does anybody have any final words that you want to? Who wants to go first on final words?
Thanks for having me up here, Candy. I enjoyed talking with you guys.
And
No,
I do miss Brownie's get ready with me.
That Nightish telling you need to start doing your stream, squirrel.
I was just getting ready. Shit. I'm about to later. But yeah, I'm gonna start going back more into my. I gotta move. So once I move and get settled, yeah.
Hey Brownie, in August, are you gonna be at the Bud Billiken?
I ain't gonna be in Chicago no more.
Are you moving out? Oh, okay.
You leaving
Yeah, I'm going.
for real?
Yeah, I'm going to Houston.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Oh, Texas. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be H Town.
Brownie must be Brownie must got a new dude. You know what I'm saying?
I'll be H Town.
Rocky, come to Colorado. Come to Colorado.
Hell no.
No. There's white people out there. I gotta go where it's
Colorado is.
Yeah, don't go to Colorado and start talking something like Black Dove. That'd be crazy.
Fighting all the
Come to Colorado. It's so lit out here, y'all.
Yeah,
ain't no.
That sounds like you trying to. It sounds like you trying to shortchange us, dog.
Ain't no way it's lit.
It's so lit.
Out of that hood Chicago shit, man.
I mean, Kenny Kane, salute to you having the conversation. Salute to everybody who saw they engaged in it.
Shout out to Coach Ferg.
Who
We
shared
love
their
you, brother.
realities in life. Listen, I don't know if people really look at it. At some point, the YouTube that y'all participate on gonna be a playbook for y'all future. They're gonna run across y'all asses sometime, right? At some point, it may be 20, maybe 30, right? But again, it's an opportunity to teach in real time across the board. We see in America, they ain't giving y'all kids the best education. They're not looking at our young people as if they are valuable to contribute to this society. But once you start coming to that age of wisdom, I would think most people on YouTube are 35 and over. Everybody got a sob story. Everybody got a story. Everybody got a law degree. Everybody got $1 million. Everybody's 100,000 there, right? But the fact, and the only reason I'm saying is because now is the time to take the information and use it accordingly. Even if it applies to just your family, try to spread it to the kid who mama's in the street, who daddy don't give a fuck. There's
Coach
somebody.
Ferg, when them people turn 30, me and you gonna be in the museum. They're gonna say them is the light skin.
Nightish, you count for yourself because
I'm counting for you too.
I still may be out here. I ain't trying to go nowhere.
You my big brother. I'm counting you too.
But again, it's just an opportunity, I think, for those who want to be better to jump and leapfrog, especially black men. Now is the time to get a stronghold in America if you want to be here. Now is the time. Don't wait for the next 3 or 4 years complaining about what Trump is doing and ain't doing and think you're going to get out there and leapfrog. Now is the time. Those that will.
My bad, Ferg. But nah, hey, I would agree with you wholeheartedly. I'm like anybody that's still campaigning against the dude that won the election 2.5 years ago, bro.
Yeah,
That
he
will
don't
be
know
out
that.
of there in a year and a half, no matter what. If you don't pass on even sooner, you wasting your time. But as far as getting a foothold in America, like ain't really no borders, man. You got the whole world at your fingertips. That go for everybody, men, women, whatever. Like you can, this is the information age. Like you got the greatest technological invention in the history of mankind at your fingertips. So ask yourself what you doing with it every day. You
Good
know,
point.
like
I
for real, you can
appreciate you.
literally be anywhere, everywhere. My bad.
I appreciate you for having me on Candy. Show so that everybody on the panel. I'm about to be out there.
All right, DJ.
Shouts out my nigga DJ.
Good
Oh,
night,
okay. I just
Candy Girl. Thank you so much for letting me on here.
No problem. It was a good talk, but
Yeah, and it was a great show, girl.
appreciate it. I do.
I am subscribed, girl. So y'all know I love to come up on a panel, and I'm subscribed to Candy Show now, so I might be an annoying little gnat now with her shit. Yep.
It was a good
'Cause
talk. You actually contributed, so I appreciate that.
thank you. Yeah, girl. Look, I got my notifications on. When you live, I'm gonna be in here.
All right, cool.
But anyway, good night, y'all.
good night, Black Dove. I want to say shout out to Candy once again. Candy, it was a great show. You know what I'm saying? Outside of the box subject once again. And it was interesting to hear everybody's different perspective on, what's transpiring because we are now transitioning into the elders. Whether a lot of
Mm-hmm.
people don't want to acknowledge that or not, we are transitioning to the into the elders. Our era '02, '03, '04, '05 is long gone. And so it's best that we, able to understand each other and see the patterns of what's taking place to be able to give kids the right advice and give them the right information. So hopefully they can take that information to avoid certain to avoid certain pitfalls and then be successful.
Exactly.
So that's what it's really about. Unfortunately, I know we can't save everybody, and I don't know if people, when I'm talking, if certain people think that I'm trying to be pessimistic or anything like that. The only thing I'm trying to do is see the direction that the tide is going in, on what people can do so they don't, get caught up in the wave and wash away. So yeah, it was a great show. Once again, it was real good.
Appreciate that. Again, you always welcome back over here. It's always a good talk, and even if you think people think you being pessimistic, I still want to hear what you got to say, regardless.
Oh man, shout out to my Shot Town sister. I appreciate that. From the west side to the south side, it's all love.
Exactly.
So thank you once again. This was a great show.
Appreciate it. Have
Oh,
a good
matter of
evening,
fact,
love.
Candy,
Hmm?
let me holler at you after the show in real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Stay in the StreamYard when I end it.
All right.
All right, y'all. I just want to say thank you so much to everybody who came through this evening. This was a good talk. Being able to, just kind of get these things out. Like I said, it's something that's been on my mind for a while, like this whole parenting and new age parenting versus old school parenting and what's going on with the kids. And oh, it's a lot, baby. It's a lot, especially as you look out over the landscape and they talking about these children are our future. I hope that I hope that everyone really takes that into consideration as we're out here reproducing. Like, what kind of future do you think you're creating, and what legacy are you leaving behind for these kids? Like, what are we teaching them? I know I don't mean to get on a high horse, but like the subject of children and like raising and like all of that, that's like heavy on my heart. It really is. So yeah, I might be on a bit of a soapbox with that one. But anyways, it was a good talk. I appreciate you all coming through. You could have been anywhere in the world and you were here this evening. And with that, I'm going to say be safe out there, love on your loved ones, and have a good evening.